a man of focus, a man who loves the National Assembly, the one that will support you to support your constituents, to now present the 2025 budget. On your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand. Oh, yeah. Shall stand. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. After listening to this great remark of a great mind, colleague, and the President of the Senate, I feel I could have just lay the budget and go. With your rendition of the mandate support, I can't do otherwise. I must but respect you and go through the exercise of reading. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be back where I started. As once a member of this respected house of thinkers and doers, I am grateful to be your president. And to be here to see so many faces of my friends, colleagues, and competitors. Duties, and with unyielding commitment to rebuilding Nigeria towards ensuring that we remain steadfast on the journey to a prosperous future, I hereby present the 2025 budget to the joint section of the 11th National Assembly. 10th? I wrote 11. Which means you are all re-elected.
With the rendition of the mandate support, you all are being re-elected. We can find another Another one to refresh our memories.
What is important? Let's discuss Nigeria. Whether we are going to do coalition or not, let's talk about the future of the country. Because often we abandon the country and what we need to do, talking about power grab. I'm not interested in any coalition that is for purpose of taking power. It is about discussing Nigeria. How do we care about securing Nigeria? How do we care about the common person in Nigeria? How do we care about our children being in school? That is the most important thing for now. That's what we need to remove. Because what you are doing is that you're encouraging stealing of public money, because if I steal it and use it to win an election, then I get all the powers and everything, including immunity, not to be prosecuted. So we must stop it. That is what is driving this stealing. What is important? Let's discuss Nigeria. Whether we are going to do coalition or not, let's talk about the future of the country. Because often we abandon the country and what we need to do, talking about power grab. I'm not interested in any coalition that is for purpose of taking power. It is about discussing Nigeria. How do we care about securing Nigeria? How do we care about the common person in Nigeria? How do we care about our children being in school? That is the most important thing for now. That's what we need to remove. Because what you are doing is that you're encouraging stealing of public money, because if I steal it and use it to win an election, then I get all the powers and everything, including immunity, not to be prosecuted. So we must stop it. That is what is driving the stealing.
So that one person that is peeping and looking and watching, and I greet you. Obi, I must confess that Obi's interview with Charles Anyagolu, Abena Nazodo, whatever that his name is, a couple of hours ago, I think is the best of his interview that I've watched so far. Safe to say that I've not watched or listened to all his interviews. So for the ones I was able to watch so far, this last one that took place a couple of hours ago on our Rise News channel with Charles, stand out for me. And he's consistent, but his choice of words is way of telling his story. It's a little bit more up to par. Now, I'm not saying that because I am comparing him with his competitors like the Tinubus and the rest. No, I'm just putting me on a pedestal that I can assess him globally with global standards anyway. So I enjoyed the interview. At no point I was like, nah. Only when he began talking about Shena Bangladesh, I think his example with South Africa. When he started, I was like, oh God, this man don't start again. But I think he made that point very clear. He finished that point. What I picked from there is that even though if he no good one, right, said that if he had the opportunity to become a president, this is my own conclusion. His idea of jumping from one party to party should be a consequence. And he put it in a way that I said, like, oh, I think if this man actually have the opportunity, he might implement that. Without change anything, that's a different ball game. But before we even say he go fit do or no go fit do, we need to understand why it's difficult, why it is what it is now. Because now one party system pretty much. Even him that he's speaking, he's not speaking far from the old system. But what I noticed from that interview is I see a man who is becoming crystal clear to them. Well, from my own view, nobody say you don't know or whatever what I'm about to say. That is him against the rest of the gang. Now, not Banu, right? Yes, I said it'll be versus 2027. It's not 2027 is a semi-final. Again, I'll go back to my Olympic analogy, right? And if we want to go with history, let's forget the likes of Passenger who started the Fourth Republic. But let's use a scenario that his first time to apply to qualify for the Olympics is him joining Labour Party and him getting a, a ticket. That is the qualification. So when you get to the Olympic, that's why just like Nigeria, every other country that has more than in every Olympic event, you feature two people, right? Each country feature two. So any country that have athletes that meet this because there's a standard for you to go to qualify to represent your there's Olympic standard. Then if you are fortunate enough to come from a country like Nigeria, America, Jamaica, Great Britain, South Africa, to mention but a few, this is a powerful track and field country. If you have more than two people that made the Olympic standard, the rules of the game says you have to now set the national trials. So Obi going to Labour Party and cleaning the tickets pretty much aligned with that first qualify. So he has qualified to contest for the presidential race. So 2023 is like a semi-final race. No, not semi-final. And heat pre-semi-final, heat semi-final, final. Now we say they do Olympics now with that. Heat semi-final, final. That means you run the first race is it with the qualification standard. Maybe first three. It depends on how many entrants we get. But if the goal is to arrive at two semi-finals, we go with first three, and two fastest cruisers. So Obi as able to say yes, I don't pass the qualifying stage. He qualified to semi-final. Now, this is my own view. This is my own view. I'm not saying, oh, because someone will go say, oh, Bola Tinubu come at one set and they win the presidency. We'll talk about that too, right? Talk about after all. Buhari ran for what? 3 times, maybe 4 times before he win. So there's a different scenario, but I explain them using this Olympic model. Really, I get my point across. So Obi qualified his performance 2023 gave qualifies him for the next round. Now that next round could be final, could be semi-final, right? Now it could be final if he wins. Come 2027, it will be semi-final, and that's where for me that's where they are trying to trap him. They are trying to trap him with that semi-final stage. Now, when I say trap him, I'm deliberately with my choice of words because for any athlete, they listen to me. You gotta understand that at times we accuse the umpires, the organizers, of being biased when it comes to putting athletes in heat or lane. Now, I'm going a little bit to details now, but I will understand as I go. So at times, athletes they complain say why they give he or her this lane, or why they put me for this heat. Now, let me start with the one of heat. If we have heats, if we have two heats of semi-finals, one we expect the heat to be even. Well, I mean even because performance now, right? Everybody know if we run the same standard. We have some guys who are around 99, 95, just like that. So in other words, you expect you expect now. Let me use what we are hopefully we are familiar to during the times of Usain Bolt. We have Usain Bolt, we have Asafa Powell, we have Tyson Gay. What's in the mix? Who was in the mix? Who I will put? Let's say Johan Blake. Um, Johan Blake. Then our own, who's the African record holder here now? We make I leave Africa. We might use our own national recorder. That's a Fasuba. So Fasuba. So when we expect that, you don't expect to put Usain Bolt and Tyson Gay in the same hits. That's the fastest and the second. No, that'll be too much. So you put Tyson Gay here, you put Usain Bolt here, then you build the heat around them. Now, if you put them for the same hit, then people could be so is biased. It is because you want one of them out. So what it means that if you put the best, all the best people in the hits, one hit, it means you are trying to eliminate some people, which in a way not gonna make the competition interesting in the finals, right? So that's where I think Obi situation is. Obi is not necessarily fighting against Tinubu. I use the word fight, yeah. But yes, his goal is to wrestle power away from Tinubu. But unfortunately, the rest of the competitors are not seeing it like that, are not having the same aim that let's take Tinubu out. The rest of the competitors are ganging up to say, come, this guy is a stumbling block, let's take him out. So I think when I listen to that interview, that's what I take away. I think he has come to that realization that I'm the target. Listen to this again. Because he said the same thing in that interview.
What is important is let's discuss Nigeria. Whether we are going to do coalition or not, let's talk about the future of the country. Because often we abandon the country and what we need to do, talking about power grab. I'm not interested in any coalition that is for purpose of taking power. It is about discussing Nigeria. How do we care about securing Nigeria? How do we care about the common person in Nigeria? How do we care about our children being in school? That is the most important thing for now. That's what we need to remove. Because what you are doing is that you're encouraging stealing of public money, because if I steal it and use it to win an election, then I get all the powers and everything, including immunity, not to be prosecuted. So we must stop it. That is what is driving the stealing. What is important is let's discuss Nigeria. Whether we are going to do coalition or not, let's talk about the future of the country. Because often we abandon the country and what we need to do, talking about power grab. I'm not interested in any coalition that is for purpose of taking power. It is about discussing Nigeria. How do we care about securing Nigeria? How do we care about the common person in Nigeria? How do we care about our children being in school? That is the most important thing for now. That's what we need to remove. Because what you're doing is that you're encouraging stealing of public money, because if I steal it and use it to win an election, then I get all the powers and everything, including immunity, not to be prosecuted. So we must stop it. That is what is driving the stealing.
So Obi literally reiterate this point again, which is very, and I think whoever puts this in his consciousness is here that he should keep repeating that he's hitting at the point. So it's not going. So this interview, Najama, you push that to me. Now one of his best interviews that I have seen, that I have watched so far, because he was very on point with his target, right? Went after the literally people that serve on that who don't know what they are doing. Went after himself. But at the same time, the way he shot that, the way he shot the article narrative down is what pleases me. It's what, because I know, see, at that point I begin to say, Charles, what is the game plan here? What's the game plan? What is the assignment? What did they tell you now? It's as if I would not be surprised if Arise crew turn against Obi this time around. But we'll see. But Obi was, the way he shut it down is what impressed me about that. Not about position, right? But it's just keep hitting on. We are, I talk I'm in January on Dr. Damages. Nigeria is due for negotiation. Literally what he's saying, within Nigeria, if it's not just using the word negotiation, reconstruction, or be whatever they are, this elite are pushing it around. He believe. I mean, okay. Let me bring the point home like this. When he was Charles was trying to force it to him that he needs to be in power, president, for him to actually actualize whatever he wants to do. That we need time, right? We need more. We need more than 4 years. He said, no, Tinubu is just been in power for 2 years, and everybody defeat the change. so, so, I don't think you need 4 years. Trump has proven it. You can actually tear the system down and rearrange it. It doesn't take rocket science. It just take the willing crew, that are ready to say we will take bullet, we are ready to die. And fortunately, I'm surprised because I'm beginning to see that in him. I think let me be fair to him. So far since the election, he's been out there staying on top of his game. But there is no, I keep saying it. People keep telling me, Tanko, they do something for nothing. Like, there's no correlation at all between the energy I've seen, the man that I've seen today, I listened to today, and the structure that is being built around him. It's not, I think it's just two words fall apart. It no go work. They need to match Obi energy now. They need to match his thinking. All those points, especially this idea of I am not interested in presidency, but interested in Nigerian working. I'm surprised there's no movement built around that within a structure already. Because I expect people, not even that one person, go out there, challenge the conventional wisdom, challenge those who don't see where Obi is coming from, right? That at this point, yes, even though no one believes and saying that just politics, I'm not up for presidency, but he has been on that for a minute now. That I think how innate is people within the structure to run away with that. I am saying this because Donald Trump's second coming, the MAGA movement, that movement will be talked about. They forget about that you like the ideology. No, the operational system is on point. they match Donald Trump energy. Policy, think tanks, they rally around everything that they believe in. So the way Obi approached this interview, I'm impressed. But at the same time, I just couldn't help to see the level of attack that he's going to face going forward from the other opposition party. So that's why when they use South Africa as an example, I get the point, right? I am beginning to go beyond, say, okay, this example when they give is too shallow. But he was able to present that point that I believe that if he actually had the opportunity to serve, one thing I know say he could do, from what I've seen from him so far, is that the idea of make I not to keep on credit, I go fulfill the party system. I'm trying to say that if he become president, maybe he will actually be, he will under him a real political party will be built, and people who belong to those parties will be true to their game rather than jumping up and down. But I don't know, because that's why I said Obi at going forward, from what I've listened to him, going forward is going to be Obi against versus the gang. They are going to gang up against Obi. It is not this. I said it before and I keep saying it. The northern angle of this race, they don't take their eyes off Tinubu. They've taken their eyes off Tinubu. They are going to work with Tinubu. Their target is will be, how do we take him out of the, and this interview will prove me right. The onslaught of assault wey go dey come his way, the kind propaganda wey they go dey push towards his way from every media, he will say. Because the more the guys stick to the fact that it's about the people, as I said, even though you don't believe him, right? But he's making that point enough for it to start sinking. Especially when you factor in what is happening in the country and around the world. You will understand that he is trying to split the elite along the line of, it's that time we actually do something about where we are now versus against, no, we can manage it, we can keep managing it. That point is becoming clear and obvious the more they try force the guy to want to work with the likes of Tinubu, the likes of Atiku, or the more they try to push him to align his language, his message, his movement with the rest of the gang, the more that narrative is. Because at the end of the day, they go split. Because as we move forward beyond 2027, the country is going to split very, very sharply. Okay, it will be split. It's either along religious line though, or along north and south. But definitely it's not going to be either between Yoruba and Hausa Fulani, Igbo and Hausa Fulani. It is going to be evenly divided along to rhetoric, but less with the two big divide, which is the northern south or the Christian and Muslim. But at the think of things, the younger folks will not be swayed with the sentiment of religion, or maybe north and south. Because that's what Obi is doing. That's why I say, if Obi do well 2027, 2031 will be very, I will put my money, nobody will beat up. But let me not to get carried away. So the younger folks will be split along. Things got to change. Things is changing. I mean, Donald Trump is changing shit. Tinubu is changing shit, but just for the worse. La Pen for South Africa, they don't put out South Africa. French is gone. You cannot compete again. That I will not be surprised if they give Obi the same treatment. I don't know what they go fit in now. Will be contested if they go pick up like what is happening in France right now, and what happened in where this small country that J.D. Vance used for his speech that they don't want me the opposition win. So yes, it's going to be a hard onslaught on Obi. You want Abadan Konkoso? Okay, make I entertain your question. Abadan and go where? Let me do like that. Abadan and go where? I hope you are not suggesting Obi there. Obi just because I talking about Obi. No, I just see. I'm trying to see. Look at this holistically, the way the country they go. Konkoso? No. What Abadan Konkoso? Konkoso abandon me, but that's not the point. Konkoso focus. Konkoso focus is it don't be to win 2027. Konkoso had the same focus with Obi. Everybody they are working towards consensus candidate. Already Obi is going to 2031. Obi will be consensus candidate for North. And young people, 75% of the young people, well, I say 75 because 50% of the people, young people in the South go follow her. 25% of maybe from the North. So Konkoso, on his own part, he has to put up a show. He had to put up a show to be able to be favored with the consensus candidate, because whether we like it or not, in the North, now consensus candidate they go do. There is nothing like say, oh, Konkoso against Red Roof. No. Last they will come together because in as far Obi is going to be in the game. Because I see say Obi will pass the semi-final stage, which is either going to retain his 6 million or retain his third position or do a little bit better. Right? So it will take a consensus candidate to give Obi run for his money come 2031. Not when I start 2031, people will invest in 2027. You know, go fit with 2027. Let's so the North no go play. I see Charles was trying to say, oh, they should give Obi, should support Atiku to do one term, and they will. I was like, they no bomb me yesterday, but I don't know a little bit now. I will be damn if they collect that kind of agreement when Abore Accord is still very fresh. Hey, my sister say Ovekevu. I be how they talk at Nigeria man. What's that? Nigeria man say I want you there. I want you to be there. Ovevekuve. That's why I use the talk. But I like the fact that the way it shut down. Let's forget about position. It's not about position. Even though I know say okay, it's all rhetoric, but the fact that it keep hitting on that is a great deal. But I am just sad that I don't see structure around him running away with things that he's done to build on that. So Konkoso we work hard to be favored by the consensus of the North on 2031. So the idea of abandoning him, no, I think this time around, I know they work for, I know can pay for anybody unless I get better pay. I get paid well. I want, no, on a more serious note, last election supporting Konkoso was the best decision for me personally because people know the best way to learn is that be part of it. You got to be part of the system. So this is the best. That was the best way I could be involved in the system, is to come out bluntly, say this is my route, right? Then from that position, I learned a great lot. So going to 2030, 27, I know the I don't I will not I will play a different role. I'll play a different role because I'm a student. I'm still in the learning process, right? So one day, I will see say I will close my own campaign. It's all in the process. But I think I think it's becoming clearer to me. Yeah, I'm beginning to find the role I'm going to play going to 2021 with my platform. Two role, the money deal, but better money come. But someone will bring me better pay. I go work. Right? But but 2031, and I'll be more involved than my involvement in 2023. I'll be more I'll 2031, all of we go there, all of us go in a different ballgame. So I am trying to put myself in a position whereby I will see clearly. I will see clearly that any position I take, because I'm going to go on issue. Of course, issue is going to be aligned with a presidential candidate because it's just going to be two presidential candidates. It's going to be Obi and somebody from the north. That's what it's going to be. So that's where the what Obi is cooking right now will come to fruition. When I mean come to fruition, the Nigeria will be evenly divided on issue. The idea of sentiment, religion, tribe will not be as pronounced than issues because things are going to get worse. Things not going to get better. Nothing. Next year is going to be worse. The year after is going to be worse. So the idea of following Kwanko, so I don't know, right? I don't know. But 2027, I don't know. Unless it's somebody come begin give me bar now with the goal of 20. I'm a long time investor. So, Nigeria man, that's where I am. It's not about abandoning. Nobody project Kwanko don't finish since now. It end with the 2023 election. Yeah, it's to say no and you will if you see me play active role, I for don't maybe from Konkoseya in the Konkoseya in the Asra hustler, something. I for don't create something from everything that it stand for. But it's not a long-term project. So with this interview, they are going to come hard on Obi. I guarantee you that one. You go to see say PDP go dey sponsor attack. Like political propaganda and be the attack what they talk, no be physical attack. PDP go dey come from this angle, SDP go join. Uh, they will all gang up against him in the coming days, coming weeks, and coming months as we approach the election. Just to put him in a situation where the position whereby he will not do well 2027.
You can't say, okay, this I agree, this I don't. I don't agree with this because of it. You can't be every day.
I'm sure there are a lot of obedience screaming at their TV screens right now, saying that maybe you're not hearing all that he's saying because he always prefers solutions as to what needs to be done differently to fix the problem.
You know what? I pray that all of them go to the poll by themselves. I'm even tired of nudging them in the right direction. You guys, all of you go to the poll by yourself and win, let's see. Are you listening to yourself? I'm telling you that he's coming up with, you can see all the things he's been doing since he lost that election. All of them, what have they done? Peter has gone to schools. Peter has gone to market. Peter has gone to motherless babies home. Peter has gone everywhere. You can't say, okay, this I agree, this I don't. I don't agree with this because of it. You can't be every day.
I'm sure there are a lot of obedience screaming at their TV screens right now, saying that maybe you're not hearing all that he's saying because he always prefers solutions as to what needs to be done differently to fix the problem.
You know what? I pray that all of them go to the poll by themselves. I'm even tired of nudging them in the right direction. You guys, all of you go to the poll by yourself and win, let's see. Are you listening to yourself? I'm telling you that he's coming up with, you can see all the things he's been doing since he lost that election. All of them,
People
what have
when
they
you
done?
know
Peter
help
has
them
gone to schools.
organize, you
Peter
don't
has
know how
gone
they
to
come
market.
about.
Peter
You
has
want
gone
to
to
nudge them
modernize
in the
baby
right
school. Peter has
direction.
gone
Who you be?
everywhere. You have to feel for the energy. And if there's something you want to add to him, you say, okay, Peter, you have to be more hopeful. You have to bring them more hope. Is that a bad thing? If the Obedience are angry for themselves, what's that got to do with me? Listen, opposition in a
A
sub-Saharan country like
frustration. Say
ours
opinion hungry.
must always understand
I believe.
that the business of running our country is ours. And to that extent, we cannot normalize demarketing our country on a global scale.
All right. Some would say that's just been calling a spade a spade. But your final thoughts?
I know, it's like you to say that, you know. You forget that you guys are all muted when the last man was there for 8 years.
Otumba, where are you thinking about moving anywhere? Or are you a lifelong PDP
you know,
man?
My heart bleeds when you ask me this question. I'm running around the country. I've gone to the northeast, the northwest, the north central, the south. I'll be in Enugu in a few days. Just to tell the Nigerians, let us engage ourselves again. Let us try to think and reason together. These people are old. We have to start planning for the next morning.
These people?
Bola Tinubu is not a young man. They are old.
Okay.
Stop butting into every word.
The man where you dey campaign for senior Tinubu.
They succeed, they don't succeed is
Atiku
irrelevant.
Abubakar.
We must
You
plan
know, use them
succession.
as an
And in
example.
planning succession, we must be realistic about what can we expect from a political party. Okay. We could start a new one, but even if we get successful, we're going to run into these battles of I'm the chairman, I'm the secretary, I'm the this, I'm the that. Why will anybody in opposition be fighting for ESCO or party when they are not even in government?
Okay, so you're not going anywhere?
I'm not sure. I've not made that promise.
Okay.
I've decided to put my gear in neutral.
So maybe?
Neutral. I shouldn't. I've been in this party since 1998. Why should I be screaming reform? Okay. And they won't reform. Why should I? And I'm not going to lock my. Anyway. Yeah. Let me just put it this way. I'm going to be in government in the next dispensation.
Great.
That means that any party that is winning, I'm going to go contribute to my
energy
to get them winning.
Is this Playtown?
I wish you can, give me that crystal ball of yours, because I would love to see what the next couple of years is going to
Playtown, is they alive?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Since when I tell us that, I know go please.
Interesting conversation as always, October, as always. Thank you so much for joining us on the Daily
Thank you.
Guy.
Next time you invite me, stop hassling.
Playtime, is that you? Since when I tell you, say, I don't know what to be. You bet, I guess. Anyway, if that's you, welcome. And I'm not happy with you. I'm not happy with you in terms of, as an obedient family that you are failed. Yeah, you are failed. I'm disappointed. Unless you are doing something that I don't know, because you of all people, I expect you to have your own movement going on. Like in terms of what I mean movement, go out there and challenge your mates who are at the other side. Engage them every day. I mean, yeah, you don't talk all these things before, so I'm not happy with you. You can do better. So now the link with that to Playtown. If not the Playtown where I know. I know they see you again, say, Miss, I forget you. No. I think Jafar was telling me tell me something about you. Say, where you now? I think I own a house born or something. It was something. It was going along that line last time. Playtown, Abi, is this you? You are muted. If you are hearing me.
Yo, my brother, what's up?
God damn, this nigga. This nigga is alive. Nigga, you's alive, man. You's alive. What's good, man? What's going on with you?
Cat with 9 lives. So
Obi did not fade. Obi did not fade up. To say Obi fade on, I say okay, you don't fade up. But Obi Obi come become what I never expected him, and I no going to hear una again. What's going on with you, man?
No, now we are fully active now. But I had a personal issue now. So I was gone for like 3 months or 4 months,
Uh
3 months or so.
the wife don't
So
born.
so I had no. I had on Twitter. I had we had a gas explosion accident in my house.
Jesus. Oh yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a
So
fire. So gas explosion. Whoa, that's
mhm.
hey,
so
sorry
we've
to
been
hear
in
that.
the yeah. So we've been in the hospital for like months.
Ah,
We lost
damn.
one
Wow.
person. 2 people survived. We're back. So yeah.
Oh
Um.
man, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Cool. It was catastrophic. It was one of the, I don't even know how to describe it. I can't describe it in a single sentence. But it
Yeah,
was
that's tragic.
was a lot. It was a lot. But
Yeah, losing somebody in the process. That's can't get
yeah,
worse than that.
it was a lot. But tons of prayers from Nigerians. They were quite very caring, concerned, and um, this Obi came to see us at the hospital at some point.
Mm.
So
I,
tragic
yeah.
time, but it's in the past now. I guess.
All right.
This is actually the first live stream I'm ever getting to take after I returned online.
Come. Is it a way of recruiting me to join the obedient movement? You
to
don't go walk, oh. You don't go walk. Yeah, the smoking bro. I don't get emotion and I don't go walk. Now, bring money, we'll go there.
For real, this is my first live stream.
But anyway, I appreciate that.
I'm
Because
joining.
they
Yeah,
were saying
so
the last time when
I
you come here,
returned.
we fight. We fight blood and blood for blood. So I can say, okay, maybe now.
No, um, no, I'm a 7-star general.
You say, I
We
like
don't
that.
we, we,
Well,
don't- we don't
anyway,
we don't abandon our troop in the field.
since you are a 7-star general, where the war
Mm.
day now? Because now only the leader they see is that is doing well. Every other person is realizing now only him. You guys left it only him in the in
There,
the in the street.
there would have been no him if we weren't here. You know. Um. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah. But he's doing well. I'm sure he's every day, constantly, continuously proving his doubters wrong. Um. Every single day he's been consistent. Every single day he's been living every single thing he says. And nothing surprising to me, people like me, what Obi said in 2016, 2014, 2015, 2018 is pretty much the same thing he's on. So people is going to be proven wrong now is people that probably don't know that fact. So they'll keep 2016, 2026. They will still find that he's on the same. That's why when people were going around with the notions that after election he's going to burn out, people even say that it's not even going to last to the election day. Oh, with the speed is going. Oh, but before the election day, these guys are going to burn out. This man is going to burn out. I told them, not only is he going to go into that election, not only is he going to do spectacularly well, he's going to continue after the election. And I'm saying because I know who he is. People say, no, no, he's going to disappear. He's going to do this. I say, he's not going to disappear. You're just saying that because you don't know him. So, people is now left to see that this guy, when he says that cliche, that's something we want to view as a political statement of not desperate to be president, but I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. Any politician that says that is understandable for a normal human being to say, hey, this political statement, but a Peter will be saying that is the less political that statement can ever be from any politician. Now, this don't be saying it is zero political statement, but I'm saying that it is the least political it can that statement, that phrase or statement can ever be coming from a politician. So that means there's a good mix and blend of both honesty and a bit of political statement as well, which is also good for politics. But the fact that this guy really truly believe in that change, that he can, that structural change, that fighting corruption thing, that cutting cost of governance, he always likes to add the word drastically to it for you to understand to what measure he's talking about. And some of those very structural changes, foundational changes in terms of fiscal management, fiscal prudence, procurement process, and some of the things that are the root of our inefficiency as a country. I feel these things can quickly be addressed. It's not rocket science. That's me also using one of his popular phrases. But it remains for us to keep finding out every single day that sometimes maybe we are over judging the idea of every politicians are the same. I don't think it's to the same degree. I don't think we're going to ever go anywhere with that. If we probably sometimes spare time and say, okay, you know what, let's listen to the let's keep our personal biases together outside the let's look at this. Is this fresh? Has it happened before? If it's happened before, to what level of consistency has the person that pushed it before did? What are the backups and all of that? So just basically critical thinking. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I'm watching, I'm doing my job. I took a long break. I'm back. My people are happy that I'm back as well, and I miss them greatly. And we are back on this, and we are going to pull off one of the most spectacular um, um, shows going to 2027. You're going to be amazed. 2023. It's not uh, Andrew Liversalt like Kwankwaso addressed it as, something that just comes once in a blue moon and all that. No, this guy has a target, and he's lucky that God blessed him with the level of strength, both physical, mental, spiritual strength to hold on to that very tough path he's chosen in a very consistent way, as consistent as a human can be. He might not be 100%, but as consistent as a human can be. So, the Nigerians, we just keep watching and seeing day by day as things unravel. And we'll be here to always spread the news. We'll be here to always make everything viral. He did an interview today, it's viral everywhere on Twitter. This is 2 years plus after elections. And this guy is literally holding on to it's that level of steam. I don't think any ex-presidential candidate has also done that before. You know, so yeah, Ovio, I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to make the debut on your platform.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank for your time. Yeah, everything you said, right? I agree with, right? But again, that's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. Now, I say me, I agree with because of my level of understanding of how things work, right? And everything you said about him, right, is actually what is playing out. But these are on the theory side. My impression of him, come, my impression of him, right, is the the practical aspect and the physical aspect of his activities. I dey always use track and field as an example to talk my political story. Not just necessarily because I'm an athlete, even though there's no way I can write that. But it is because it is individual, which is pretty much what your submission is about this the picture you painted about. He stand out compared to his competitors in terms of the story, what you just said about him, which is what track and field individual. But at the same time, it's a team sport. It's a team sport. You have to get to a point whereby you have to now say, okay, it is not just me now. It is about the collectiveness of the country, of my teammates, of the teamwork, the people that build around me, right? That that is what I'm not seeing post-election. Now, hear me out too. Another aspect of it, why I like compare the politics and track and field is because other than it's physical, it's practical. You have to literally out there put in the work as much as you work mentally when it comes to track athletes, right? You are training 2 to 4 hours every day for seconds. So as much as you put in physical training every day, mentally is still there. So OB is mental, where mentality there in terms of all these things is very obvious so far to me right now, more than it was before 2 years ago. From just this interview that you talked about that I see him being everywhere. Now, is somebody who's talking about the poor, right? The poor, this can be done. So he is actually following that rhetoric with really practical action. He's everywhere. People are criticizing waiting they do around about. Compared to the standard that we have and the people that he's competing with, he's out there doing his thing. And I think that is what, to me, because it's not about to do for me, it's about I'm paying attention how the northern guys are approaching all this, because at the end of the day, that is what it's going to become. Because we can talk about whether you go win or not go win, but that's a different. We are not there yet. But for the sake of conversation, so I'm paying attention to that, and they are taking notice of obeying movement, right? They are taking up obeying movement. That's why they are doing everything possible to bring him into their force and neutralize him and all that kind of. So, but my own problem issue is with the movement, not with him at this point. He has overproven himself that I'm here to stay. I'm going, like, whatever, if whether you believe what he say or not, but he has proven that he's here. Now, my issue is, where are the structures? Because as I expect, say, Obi the finish for Chinese, as they expect, say, uptown believe, okay, uptown will be in University of Uyo or Osuka or Anambra or Newimako or some town hall, beating on that physical change that you just talked about, that is not rocket science, right? I am not saying that. I was in a position to ask Kenneth Okonkwo on Dr. Dami's show, many months, a year ago, what is the movement doing? This man is doing so much. I am not seeing action from the people that are supposed to be these foot soldiers running away with shit. I expect Okonkwo to form a think tank or an intellectual brand of the own obedience and go to war, recruit all. I asked him, he said, no, don't worry, with the ground, he go hit you, boy. Like this man. It's not even no new movie. The same thing with Aisha, right? So the same thing I'm asking you. I'm not seeing that, because a chunk of the obedience accused Obi of not matching is not, it's not matching them the energy that they expect from that he exhibited during the election, and after the election was announced and all that, they expect him to meet them with that same energy. But I am seeing the flip side now. The Obi is out there doing the practical work. See, only in the talk, apart from Dele Farotimi, who is microphone out there who I believe that can do more than he's doing, but he's the only one that is out there doing who is amplifying Obi's narrative in his own way. I don't see any other person like that. Aisha is more of a radu rouser, provocateur. Make it just she's doing her own thing, but there should be more people. I don't see, especially obedient movement built around young people. I don't see young obedient forming their own group, forming their own think tank, doing their own thing, just to at the end of the day bring everything together. Because that's what the MAGA movement did. If I'm just have to keep using that as an example. White Trump is out there taking all the beating and everything, right? Which is what Obi is doing now. They will start, just as I said, they will start to the beat Obi now. In political, we start to attack him everywhere. I expect the energy. Nobody say once they attack him, of course, the obedience are known to be very vocal on internet. They will no. At this point, we need that same energy to be also on ground. We have the now to also put it in a different way. What I'm saying now, the obedient is known. If you want to give them credit that they've taken over the internet for that period of time, and what came out of that, we have big platform, and those platforms are still in existence. Why is it that we are not having one practical platform on ground? To drive my point. Now, somebody will say Tanko is doing something great. So Tanko, Dele Faro to me, I don't know if any other person is. You can, in your response, you can correct me. That is amplifying matching obese energy on the street. On the internet, I talk. Let me make this one. On the internet, I talk and say, going to 2027, I don't take over the internet. The biggest is if we are going to have 10 big platforms on going to 2027, maybe 7 or 8 of them will come from the obedience platform, and it's already manifested. But are we going to see that platform on ground, even though it's too late? But me, I'm more of a 2031 guy when it comes to this story of a thing. So where is that same energy from the structure, if there is at all, to match what Obi is doing?
Ovie, what you pointed out is very, very, a very important point. And I actually agree with what you said. I was a bit confused at some points, but then you clarified that you mean on the streets. Yeah, that is offline, basically. Yeah. Because online, people are doing a lot. I, for myself,
we can dominate the online, no doubt.
on my own very little platform, I'm doing the best I can, and I think even, for example, I mean, I just came back online. I've not been online for like 4 months. I came back online, and I think one of my last tweets, I made a tweet that pushed some ideas about the obese plans and all that. That tweet gathered close to 1.4 million views in less than 24 hours.
You know what?
How
one
long
thing.
Travel it is.
If you have this, if you are doing the same thing practical and you are able to talk to 20,000 people, 20 people,
yes,
it's more effective than that 1.something million that you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. That I just need to make that point that the
no,
online
you guys are doing great. You guys are running the internet. I agree on that one. No doubt. You guys run the social media.
What you're saying is something I have said myself, both on my page publicly and on private DMs with key obedient influencers, where I have tried to submit ideas. I've tried to say we need to, and everything, any suggestion I'm making, I'm saying I can make myself available. Whatever you think we are pushing online, whatever narrative you think we are pushing online, whatever education you think we're offering online that I am doing on my page, you probably like it. I don't mind going the entire 36 states of this country to preach it to all the major universities in the country.
That's what you should be doing. You were going around during the election now, so I expect you to continue with that.
Under what logistics, Ovie?
Okay, now. Let me. Okay,
it's
now.
limited.
No,
So
I understand.
that
Okay, but
support we don't have it.
let's talk solution.
I for one, yeah. Any support
Yes,
that can cover just my logistic, it doesn't have to be with an
but look
extra
at it.
gain or whatever it is.
Look
But
at
the
it.
point is
No, sorry.
the
Look
will
at
to
it
do
from
it.
this angle.
Yeah.
I know resources is the problem. I know.
Yeah.
But you know what you have. You know what you have. You have the knowledge, right? You know what to do. You are worrying about the money to bring every other person along, right? You can take care of yourself. Now, let me tell you how you do it. Because another thing again that I've always said about Obi, that Obi, if there's anything that Obi, why they best for the content creators? Are they always now when you come, are they always best for the content creators? That what Donald Trump was to the media. That's what Obi gave obedient content creator. Effortlessly, if Obi sneeze, as you talk about everybody, so he has given them free gold mine. What are they giving back? Do you understand? So now, why am I saying this? Let's say you want to go do events in University of Kano, right? So what you will do is, okay, who are the prominent people that you would like to come and speak or whatever you are doing in that Kano, in that area? You know, go fly them come from Lagos and all that in that area. But most importantly, who are the beneficiaries of this gold mine of the Obi name? That's the content creators who are from that region. But most important, who are the prominent members who you know you can tag? They can contribute 1,000, 2,000 from that region. You understand? Because again, why I know it's possible because of who you are working with. Obi name is me as I did so, and I feel use Obi name run show for America. People go judge, people go trust me first. Just the name of Obi. Now when they call close, I mean they'll call it that musical. We don't know this guy, who be this guy. But that for the fact that Obi name is there, people go won't pay attention. So that's what I'm seeing that Obi is giving to his followers, but that they are not taking advantage of. But they are taking advantage in one way. They just use and they collect money for themselves. They pay content. No. What are you giving back? See, when we finish here, I will say go read about Charlie Clark, one guy. You know, be saying it did something that I think you are in a position to do. I'm not accusing of not doing it. I'm just saying you're actually in position to do it because one, you are not afraid to move around the country. You know what to talk about. You know people that you can actually. You understand? That's how you do it. Before you know, if you now want go Medugri tomorrow, you publish it within the network. People could donate. You understand? Money to just once they trust you now, say yes. So the first one was done, and I think it could take off.
Ovia, I think this is a matter of delegation. Let me tell you. Anybody that sees the level of passion I put in online, we know that if you give this boy this particular task, he's going to carry it on his head. That's going to do it absolutely well. And it's left for those that are supposed to do those delegations to find out those to do that, to find out, okay, this person is an asset, this person is an asset.
Is there a structure?
Is there any
structure?
There's no structure. That's the problem. That's the problem. Tanko is trying to put together a structure right now. I'm still looking and observing to see what the structure is about and how it is going to be operational. But what I thought to do for now is I just drop my 2 cents and all that. But for me, I envision where we might start a particular, at least host one youth outing that is going to be largely attended by the youths with an indoor outing where
it's
we are
as if
going
people
to
are waiting for Obi to do it. Obi cannot do everything.
That's why I say that Obi doesn't even have to be in this particular outing
Where
we are going to get TV airtimes, major TV airtimes, and we are going to have to scrutinize what Bola Tinubu is doing versus what is written in his manifesto, and try to just oppose that with what is in our leader's manifesto and create alternatives. I think when youths are looking at their fellow youths, make a lot of sense out of these details. it's going to even hit differently, a little bit different from what is coming from Obi, which they always hear. And it's going to be something fresh. You're going to see that, okay, these youths, and it's going to be well represented. You're going to see northern youths in that hall. You're going to see the southern youths in that hall. You're going to see the intellectuals. We're going to banter. We're going to pull out pages from the manifestos. We're going to open the eyes of Nigerians that, hey, this is what this man wrote in the power sector. This is what is in Tinubu's manifesto. A lot of people didn't read it in 2023. But we can open them and say, okay, this is what he wrote. Has he done it? Is he doing it? This is what he wrote. Is he doing it? He's not doing it. And he's not doing that and that. But this is what we could have done differently. This is what they could have done differently. And that. So when you start engaging these things and you do it at least once a month and you are moving it, maybe after you hosting it, after hosting it in Lagos, the next the two is going to be hosted in Kano. The next is going to be pulled to Delta. The other one is going to be pulled to, and it will take its own form and get. So this is kind of quality of ideas I usually push out to, but Ovi, I'm only one person, and you can only hope. It's just like the feeling is just like that feeling I had when in the around 2020 period, when I'll be the only person on the comment section. Yeah.
If you want to write a proposal and go sit down with the man himself, maybe he can direct you to people that you know where you go pay either bankroll it or whatever. That's another thing.
I think it's just going to direct you to that goal.
Yeah, because that's what you need now. That's what you need. You know, because he get access where you know.
And what I'm talking about too is, anyway, it's not about coming to shout Labour Party move forward. Nobody.
No, it's not just pure on what he's saying. He's
on those details.
Or you break it down. Another thing why I think
down those details. Basically,
another thing why I think that
like a TED Talk kind of stuff.
Yes. Now, if I ask
done in
again,
US and UK, yeah,
what is the plan to make sure the election is not rigged the way it rigged from the polling booth? What is being done from the obedient angle?
Now, that is another one. I can't tell you. I can't tell you honestly. Now, this will be 100% honest. I can't tell you if anything has been done on that angle, and it's quite concerning. I must say.
The most effective way to do that is to go recruit more people outside us. When I mean outside of the youth who are already content now, go to people, because those people
is still the same point.
You cannot read those people.
I've made points.
Because if you read those people, you need to explain to them why you read them.
Sorry, one second, Ovi.
Yes.
I made a point that obedience in Nigeria is largely younger, middle-aged people. Yeah. Most of these people are dominating key sectors, like which includes the tech sector. Every tech bro that I know is obedient.
Yep.
Every tech bro that
I see them for Harvard. I saw them in Harvard when I go listen to them. I engage one. Come, what are you guys doing with your platform? How much are you guys putting out for political movement for young people? Like I approach Kishena Kisley be named, a very bright guy like that who's up doing his thing. He's in Lagos. When I meet him for Harvard, I tell her, I say, come. I give her narrative. I tell her what Mark Zuckerberg did for the Democrats. Nobody say give Democrat money. He put money on the streets to encourage people to come out and vote. That's what Elon Musk did. It is not against the rule. Elon Musk gave 1 million yesterday for an election of a judge that is coming up in Wisconsin. Not to go. He said they will give you $20. What you need to do, just go and tell one person that there is going to be an election on Saturday. Later, you don't come out. They will give you $20. Go and tell somebody there will be just to get that awareness, to people to come out, drive the vote out. So the tech guys in Nigeria, that's exactly what I tell that guy. I told that guy in Harvard. I said, come, how many percentage of what you guys are doing, cash was or whatever, that is going towards a grassroots political movement? That was exactly my point. Wait till you bring come out to. It was like, you know, politics. I was like, you if you don't start putting money where your money is now, then it's not going to work. Because all these things easy. It's Obi has done a lot, has bring that consciousness to few people who are uh daytime say it's not sure there's a structure, just not build your own, build around mind life, young people. Present it to Obi say, goes, okay, yes, this is a good idea. I don't get time now, but give it to the go. Just go and meet that guy. That guy go set everything in motion. But it's almost too late now again. That's another question that I actually want to put before Playtown. The timing. Timing, it's too late. It's all 2 years. 2 years. Well, it's not too late if they get back. Donald Trump declared for re-election in 2 years, but the work was already on ground before that time. But there's nothing money cannot push. And more money. Empower people like them, Playtown. So it's already walking around during the election. The travel go everywhere. And you go just follow the same route. That's easy. As easy as that. The obedient, the content creators, they can do something on a virtual conference. A conference. Nigeria, when I asked you give me a Niger Watch number, I think that's an idea I have that I wanted to share with him. I'm on here too. Organize a conference. Yeah, that go to a virtual conference now, virtual conference. Put up a show, maybe once a week, collectively. We're now going to bring out one policy we will now go talk about and bring people, intellectuals plenty along the obedient movement and the lives of the late Rotimi and Uncle. That's how you keep that's how you challenge government. You the way make government they do things, then you call it complain. No, take them unaware. If government here say 1,000 people gather for New York, for instance, or anywhere around the world in the name of obedience, in the name of any opposition obedience, they were like immediately they would delegate the resources to say, yeah, monitor that thing. That's they give them more job outside their concentration to do with that, and they will throw them off their game. But every time when they wait, make them do something, they will now react. Then that means they are in charge. They are in charge. They are in control of the narrative. You gotta do something that will get their attention. That's why anytime we will be talk, they always invest. But Obi will begin collect water. So those are thanks, Playtown. Those are things actually warrant to know. Obi theoretically, Obi is doing excellently well. In fact, Obi as a candidate now what they see as a candidate. I don't think but on a more serious note, he is beginning to prove that okay, I'm here to stay. As I said, on our politics, you don't have to take him for his story, but it's consistent with the same thing that he's been saying over the years. So he's out there doing what he needed to do from his own part. But that's it. It's not enough. The structure have to live up. They have to match his energy. Have to match his energy. He has said something. This is the 50-minute interview. I expect his surrogate to go to work. He talks about the poor people. People should go straight back to the road and start telling them what like that's the job. It's a 24-hour job. I don't know. Maybe me today. No be saying that book said exactly. I told you how Donald Trump did it. Charlie Clark is just somebody, is a person we no go school. For those of us who like to be educated. He just decided to say, you know what? Seeing this man, Donald Trump, uh, it's only fair enough that we match the same thing. The guy took it upon himself, started going from campus to campus, challenging the narrative of the Democrats. Within the young people themselves, he no be college students, right? But if we take a debate to college campus and engage Democrats who are in college, and before you know, the Republicans took note of that, and then so money began come his way. The movements become very big. They turn into Turning Point America. Turning Point America. That's what it's about. They begin to go from campus to campus and just engaging, trying to challenge common sense. That was their problem at that time. But Nigeria will not be Nigeria. Obi is talking about the structure. This can be done. And I think I felt this interview because the example he gave, it were not too vague, were very concise of exactly what the reality is. And he put it in a way that it follow. So it's at every juncture it's about the people. The structure can be done. When he say if Tinubu will make things happen within 2 years, like this, in terms of, I mean, saying it sarcastically, but it was being sarcastic when he spoke at who do birthday last week. I mean, 2 weeks ago, where all of them gathered there with Obasanjo. He spoke when he said Tinubu is doing well. It was being sarcastic, and the point was really clear. But today on, he said it verbatim. You are saying that I will need 8 years. So when Charles was trying to put it to me, we need 8 years to change. He said, no, Tinubu just be 2 years and things has changed. if you can destroy the country within 2 years like this, then somebody should not tell me that I will need 8 years to get this done. I mean, you can say whatever, but that's audacious. That's just like when Trump does it. I will stop Ukraine war in 24 hours. You see, they have, but the, it hit the nerve of people who are fed up of the war. So the same thing with Obi own, right? This idea you need 8 years to do something. The president took office 4 years and everybody life turned upside down. So if he can turn it upside down, I think I have what it takes to turn it around. That's pretty much his point. So that I felt that I was like, holy moly, this guy, whoever they pump this guy, is ready for this. So that's why I say the way that's how he shot the article. Because I talked him before, say he had 3 choices before him: go with article, with SDP, join PDP, or go solo. But I say it's not foolish. I don't think he's foolish. Best in the man that I saw close to, where I almost shake out with day like this, I don't see him as a foolish person that is going to go with those two, go with Atiku or go with PDP. He'd rather be doing it by himself. So I'm saying that would be a problem for him, but I think he has shown that he can take any bullet that will come his way. But I don't know by his them playboy later already. So he shot that idea of going with Atiku, say you need 8 years. No. So a man is destroying a country under 2 years. I can also change it under 2 years. So play down.
That was a very strategic answer. I mean, I've never had. He's always been known how to navigate such questions. But the last thing I was saying earlier was the point you made earlier, which I think by now, I know sometime earlier last year I suggested by now. Okay, you see what's been going on with Obi and the Nigerian nurses. Basically, I'll put it like that. You know, he's been taking that sector super serious and he's been very consistent in that space. And it's a space that also has a huge population, you know, if it's being utilized. You see the reception he gets when he does his nursing school thing, and the one that our first lady got when she decided to
Yeah,
replicate the same thing. Uh, that
Peter,
is clear. That
Peter,
is very, yeah.
you just touch on something now that I want to believe that's the point he's trying to make because Bola Tinubu Dollar administration, one of the team they always thought that they have and not be said they talk about the
Mm,
amount of investments, the amount of money that was poured into the extent of primary health care
yeah.
led by Pat Pate. Of course, I know saying that the international, but
Mm,
the fact that you are investing so much resources in local healthcare in
mm,
general, but for some reason, money is not put to educate people that we actually work. So I begin
yeah.
to imagine. So
The
when you
workforce.
make this point now, it make it clear to me. Maybe that's what Obi is. That's why because I wonder why Obi was trying to you're talking about the nursing student
No, that's the
nationwide and
point.
all
That's the
that.
point. That's the point he
So
was trying to make.
yeah, how you not going to invest for nursing school? You not going to invest for doctors and all that, but you're putting so much resources in the name of primary health care. So where's that money
Yeah.
going to? Which private? Which like?
You can see you can how many times they asked that question. He asked Charles that question in that interview. Where
Yeah,
is the money going to? That's the critical question. I think he repeated it up to 5 or 6 different times at some point in the interview.
no, this interview
Where is
suits
the
me.
money going to?
This interview
You
suits
know,
me. I like
because
I like the interview. I
because
like the way
well,
he shut that coalition down. I like that.
yeah. So for me, I don't think it's going to be a big target if the obedient movement structure targets at least recruiting both that in terms of both database, phone numbers, emails,
Everything.
Instagram accounts of students, at least 1,000 per university in Nigeria. I don't think it's going to be a big task. Putting them under one database that is going one large enough database, the tech bros can pull this off in a couple of weeks. And then having foot soldiers, this is still 2025. If well enough foot soldiers across the 6 regions start moving, first of all, nursing schools has to be covered. Bobby already has some soft spots in their hearts, you know, recruiting them, their database, at least you can even mention a number and say, if I want to send an SMS, a crowd SMS, let's say this is time for us to start getting our PVC. You can just, by just one click, you can send it to at least 2 million young people across Nigerian universities.
Easy.
And then snap your PVC, you can get so and so rewards. There's so many ways
You know, you don't even need to
you
wait for
can
the tech bros, right?
you can do
As you they
this.
carry your own movement, they visit school by school. There you have people
They
who are
collect
coming with you,
data.
or they just
That's
the
collecting
register.
data.
Yes, yeah,
That's
you
the
understand.
point.
Join this movement, join this group. This is what they are pushing. This group, join. Which one do you want to join? Just like if you go, if you school for abroad now, where they do
I know now. That's what I'm
recruiting
saying.
labor, what they want call recruit companies want call advertise for school, right? Everybody get their own table. You go there, you make your get understand. That's what I expect. That, but okay, now Playtown. Make
Yeah.
I might tell you this, but it makes sense, right? This ranting that is going on, this
30
to
days
me, to me,
run challenge.
it just it's they are promoting Tinubu as far as I'm concerned. Why not start ranting? Why not start going either viral or ranting with OB policies? Like just like where the money they go so.
My brother, I've been on that only meal. I don't know when people will join me. Me that
Recruit student, that's all. Yeah, yeah,
no be policy I dey use
easy.
rant my own.
All
I no
this
be gree
ranting,
live am.
this
I
ranting are
dey
the offspring of a bad government protest, which is all
yes
of them
now.
dead in arrival, right? Now the government they organize all this bullshit. Which show what as far as I'm concerned, they accuse her now. So maybe not twist them around. Rant with Obi. Or anytime when Obi makes sense, now go now going to war with it. Just close the airspace with them.
The thing is, most of us know the right thing to do here, but I think Um, there's really need for a little bit more structure. You know something? Because now, right now, if someone after this interview, I watched the interview. I watched line by line. After this interview, and someone within the ranks had hit me up and say, "Hey, up down, you know what? There's a 10 minutes at time slots. Go to Arise and get your
Yeah, they no get
get
that.
your ring light and go and back up will be there. I'm sure of what I'm gonna do. You know,
Nah, see,
I'm gonna put more life and more flesh to
that's
the
why I say,
Obi speaks in two languages. He
that's why
speaks
I
both
say,
in words and both in
yes.
body language. So if you
If you
don't
get
listen
access
well
to the,
enough, you won't get the body languages.
if you get access to it being himself, right? He go just put you in touch with his media team. Now, the media team they do all those. They will contact and right, contact everything immediately. So now so that they do.
The question the question everyone is asking is there immediate team?
No, his
Is,
own
is there is there
personal.
is
No,
there
no, no.
is there a
No,
centralized
his
media
own
team?
personal. No, he get person where they his PRO. Is a get his own personal. He go get his own
Yeah.
personal working, inner working. No be obedient, but like his own movement. People they schedule his movement. All
Yeah,
these
yeah, yeah,
interview that
yeah.
they schedule and for now. Now just
Yeah, yeah,
so
sure,
then
sure.
get those people. So he's at that point. So if you get access to him, right
Mm.
again, he go just handle you to the right person. You see, now them they get themselves now. This is not be not them there. That's how it work. That's why I said.
Do you know why I began to know the power of right communication was during that election. The way I literally turned everybody around me from 0 to 100 in to from not knowing Obi completely to being fanatics.
Mhm.
Simply by helping their mind deconstruct through communication to understand things. And people are like, "Ooh, I never looked at it that way."
That's it
And you
now.
found
That's
out that
what.
this most of the times people don't just look at things in certain ways. That is why they didn't act. And we have
No,
a
no,
lot.
no. If you are approaching it like that, then you know you will not you miss why people are acting the way they are acting.
Mm,
There's no at no point in human history that every human being they receive information the way we they receive from every angle.
in
So
a very scattered.
why you succeed? Why you succeed is
Mm,
because you stayed on one thing.
yeah.
You were your what you envision was very clear to you, and you stayed on it. So
Mm,
people say even dead claw with his right twice in a day, right? So
yeah.
people go yeah, they will call. They'll say, "Ah, this guy is saying the same thing, and this thing when they talk, so that's a year for that side, though. You
Mm,
understand? So whatever any information we bombard them, but your stand is always there. It's always clear. So that's the power where you give it. So you have to understand that an average human being now is vulnerable to all
yeah.
rubbish,
To all sort of.
nonsense. You they sleep, oh, you they collect any.
Uh,
So how do you get that TikTok? Because everyone on a TikTok attention, and then get.
yes.
If you are not,
Yes.
if you don't see that thing within some seconds, you are not discouraged. You are discouraged. Which is, so it now depends on you to be patient. Say, okay, I will just take like that. I'll just keep going like that. I'll just keep going like that. And I think it's good that you point that's why I say Obi is overdoing it as far as I'm concerned. Because I criticized that
Mm,
last month. They come. I think it's doing too much. Now, not it's not bad though, but
mm.
at this point, if you just come out one, pam, then for the next 2-3 days to 1 week, as you talk, now so you just run around. If we just
Exactly.
they come out once, but it's because there's no everybody way they around themselves is compromised at this point.
I think he quickly. I think he's also part of it. He has a very weird ideology of. He has a very weird um thought process or understanding about surrogates speaking for you. I don't think that
You know, trust them, which is good.
yes, it is. Well, it is one of the things I kind of disagree with him on. Obviously, I can't possibly 100% agree with him on everything. But I
Okay,
kind of disagree with him.
what will you say
I
about
think there is some. I might understand from his angle because some surrogates might miscommunicate what you intend to do or intend to say. But then it is also important for you to have very intelligent surrogates that clearly understands you to a very reasonable point where they can help flesh out your ideas, both even deconstruct your body language, the things you didn't say, but when it's been deconstructed, which some of the things you even did here earlier in this life, where somebody that didn't pay attention after listening to it be like, okay, go back to the interview, be like, oh, okay, that's true.
So
Now I see it. Yeah.
what do you say of what happened with Okonkwo?
Okonkwo is good. I think the theatrics, the drama is still a little bit too much. This is my personal
No,
view.
him pretty much,
The emotions also always run over the roof as far as I'm concerned. But
No, I'm asking about.
some
I'm asking about. Say we never thought since when it done. Is like, is he still with Obi or what's going on?
he is one of those
But
that
that's the
was
trust. That's the trust I'm talking about. Obi. Do you think?
that allowed the emotions of the shenanigans of Labour Party to get to him, and which I don't think he should have. I think he merged himself so much with those guys at the Labour Party that he became so uh, emotional when it was obvious these guys are just transactional politicians. Even the average obedience understood that. These guys, we are special purpose vehicle. These guys, we are transactional. Before we came in, these guys, we are people that collect money to declare for whoever it is at the last minute. We are supporting this person. We are. These are what this motion parties does. So I don't think you expect them to the fact that they kind of threw away their bad side and used their white garments to support to be genuinely, because maybe sometimes you can be a bad person and sometimes somebody brings in purpose in your life for the first time and you feel like, okay, you know what, maybe I'm actually built for a bigger purpose than the scavenger I have been all my life in the past year. So that happens. So a bigger purpose. If we could be part of a bigger purpose, which is why most of them fell in line in that election. But now, as scavengers, they don't look at the long run. So immediately that election was, Obi wasn't declared. Most of them, their past immediately started calling them back. We just need to realign with our normal transactional politics that we used to do. So I don't think Okonkwo should be emotionally attached to that. If he was that emotionally attached to the shenanigans in Labour Party, he would have destroyed a lot of things for himself, because now he might have made himself a floating ball, which will make him vulnerable in the whole negotiation or in the whole political talk, because people are like, oh, that one that does not even belong to a party, and all of that. So now you can't say he's not belong to a party. He's a Labour Party member, but he has not set himself up by going to go back and forth with them or leave the party and not join another party and be a partyless opposition leader and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
Charles was trying
which
to
was
push that too. Was trying to
yes,
push
to
you
do that,
against
and
that.
exactly, and he's very smart. He's a very
But now
smart
I'm a
person.
Labour Party. I'm a
Exactly.
Labour Party.
He's
What
a
else do
very
you want to hear again?
exactly. He's a very smart person. So that's why I'm saying that Kenneth is eloquent, but he does not. Sadly, he does not have emotional intelligence needed to be a leader at that level. If Obi took most of the decisions that Kenneth Okonkwo would take, we wouldn't be having this conversation about Peter Obi by now. So, but so Kenneth is now partyless, and he's now kind of just
They
today
look
he
for a job.
says today he says yes. Today he says, you know what? I don't verse both Obi, Atiku, Tinubu. We don't want anybody in 2027. Then the next day he visits the next day he visits Atiku. He's shaking his hands.
I'm like, I'm gonna give this guy a job.
So it's I think he needs to realign his
He needs
he
a
needs to
job. He
calm
needs a job.
down, get a job, just need to
It is the
realign,
kind of a boala
you
job.
know.
I think that's what he wants.
No, but I don't think he will ever join APC though. I mean Tinubu's government.
You don't think he will? He will not?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Why? Why you think when you talk to that traditional politician, you know how far they will give her now? They give her for
I
Java.
I don't think I would be unfair to call Kenneth a transactional politician.
There's nothing like you being unfair when you now politician they be. He has proven now he's jumping from one place to another. Because I
No,
still don't understand
no.
why he would turn against Obi. That's what that's why I asked you that. Like,
No,
what happened?
he's no, but he's easy talking against Obi. I don't think so. I think he's just angry at the soft part of Obi. He feels Obi should come with a show revive and all that stuff. I think
Nah,
it's
you go this.
completely his thought process. For him, there's something he used to justify what he's doing. He said there is a certain decision that needed to be taken at some point during the campaign. Yeah. And he was the one that was pushing that, okay, this should be done this way, and most people were pushing the other way. Yeah. And then after it played out, it became it was clear that it should have been done the way he wanted. Yeah. And what Peter Obi told him was that, Kenneth, manekari push him. What it means is that, Kenneth, you would have pushed me to towards your own decision, thoughts, direction. Yeah. So he
Yeah.
felt like, okay, I failed at that point. I could have. This is a leader that wants to be challenged by people he's working with. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do it at that point. Yeah. So maybe now he's seeing himself as doing it now. That I'm being that kind of person Obi wants. The person that can't challenge me, the person that can't disagree with me if they feel honestly within their intuition that they didn't like the process of which I'm taking a particular this thing, they can challenge me. I think that's what he's trying to now live up to. This is what he wants, and I'm doing it. So he's that kind of person that if Obi succeeds tomorrow, you'll be like, he succeeded because I told him the bitter truths, because I challenged him, and all that. And he's going to brag about it. And he's also going to brag about Obi as well for being a leader that loves to be challenged by his people.
So where you go now? So if it's not, if you don't believe with John Atiku and Tinubu, what is John Atiku? Or will he come back to the Obi?
It's possibility he can join Atiku. I think Kenneth will be very, if Atiku and Obi collaborate tomorrow, Kenneth will join them very easily. But what I don't see vision is him joining a Tinubu. I don't think I don't see it. It's going to be spectacular failure on my own side, on my own thought process if he does that. I don't think so. Honestly, I'm almost 90% sure he won't ever join a Tinubu's government. I don't know. I mean, it's people like it's people like Buala, and I've not seen Kenneth go do a 180 sharp turn ever from a position he ever held. So but with these Bualas and Renos, you've seen them always done the 180s and all that. So I don't for Kenneth to support the Tinubu today, he has to do a 180, complete 180. So I don't think he's ever gonna do that.
Okay.
Never gonna do that. Kenneth does not rate Tinubu. I don't know if you know, he completely does not rate Tinubu. The only person Kenneth ever rated in APC was Buhari, and that was when that was why he was in APC the same time. If you listen to some of the reasons he advanced, you haven't supported Buhari at the early days of Buhari, it's almost kind of a little bit ideologically similar with the reasons he's supporting Obi today. You still see him within those realms of anti-corruption, incorruptible person, somebody that's going to be brutal with corrupt people, that is going to not allow money to be stolen, and that realm. So it's not different from his support for Buhari in the past. It's not different from ideologically, not much different from. So going to Tinubu is a complete departure from that. It's a very complete departure.
What?
You know, I continue to hold this view till today. Buhari's problem, why he failed, was not because he's a corrupt leader. It's because he was an incompetent leader. He didn't fail because I still genuinely think he's not a corrupt, he's not a guy that's thinking about how to enrich himself or to steal the national wealth. I don't think that is the problem why he failed. I think he failed simply because he didn't just understand how to run business or anything about economics. Man has never built a business in his life, never sat in any board, never been a director anywhere, never managed any business, no policy understanding of world creation. So it's very understandable why such a person would fail economically. So, but I don't think most of the things that they pushed for Buhari when he was coming was untrue, especially on the corruption side. I still honestly see him as an honest man. I was never a APC person, but I still generally still see him as an honest man. But I just see him as an honest, empty man. You know.
One of
So
if be joining PDP for their tickets.
well,
Because I think.
it's a very possible scenario.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's a very possible scenario. That's his natural place. If Obi gets a PDP ticket, I think he's going to jump on it very easily. That automatically gives you some governors behind you, some senators behind you, and what have you, some state powers here and there, to add to what you already have.
And you think they will
Personally,
not
on
work
ground.
against him?
Some may, but you still find some. It's still better than not having any. He literally went into the battlefield in 2023 with not even half a governor, or
So
half a
you
senator.
rather see him joining PDP than going solo again this time.
I will be glad he joins PDP as the running as the
At the bearer of
the bearer of
ticket.
the ticket. Yes,
But you are not in
it's very
support of
simple.
him. You are not in
It's very
support of him joining Atiku in the SDP as running mate.
The whole SDP thing is very funny to me. I don't understand that. It is very hard for anybody to convince me that there's no Tinubu hand in that.
No.
It's
No. What you will see, I think.
why do you want to destabilize the PDP, the main opposition party, and then introduce an STP? You just want to cause chaos everywhere. You just need we need some
Don't
level
you
of
see?
stability in the police.
This is why I think that SDP is going to gain momentum.
Unless everybody's aligning in the SDP and abandoning every other ship, then
Look at it this way. Atiku, if Atiku remain in PDP, right, and he get the ticket again, tell me how the story go take go. Like you denounce, not the denounce Southeast, now you denounce South 4 consecutive time. You no go sell. So
what do you mean by denounce South?
The PDP ticket now, not be only in the corridor for the past 4 years. It denounce the old South now. It's supposed to come to South now, be? I'm talking about PDP.
Yeah.
The ticket. So
Okay.
he won't hold on for
Wait.
4 years consecutively.
What will South explain as who is gonna win? Who is gonna win the presidency in PDP from the South?
That's what I'm saying.
Now that Obi is not there.
No, I am giving a reason why Atiku will go to SDP and SDP will get momentum. I'm giving the reason why Atiku cannot stay in PDP, because taking the ticket for 4 straight times, I mean, it's becoming an insult. It's no longer so that no go sell. So
They would rather give it to a better man, man.
No, that's why I said Obi. That's why the Obi question come in place, right? So Obi if he join,
if you know PDP, if PDP gives Obi tickets, I don't think as Atiku will be run against an Obi from SDP against PDP. It does not make any sense to me.
Are you saying Atiku is not going to run 2027?
If Atiku leaves
Unless
PDP,
that is the case.
If Atiku leaves PDP, goes into SDP without dragging Obi along with him into SDP, then
That's why I asked you now. Okay, this is the three scenario that I am painting, right? Obi and Atiku go SDP. Obi being running mate. One, I'm not saying that I'm saying that, or Obi being the flag bearer of PDP as two, or going solo the way he did with a Labour Party or any other party. So now I am saying the reason why I say Atiku will, if you agree that Atiku will run, right? If you believe that Atiku will run, then it's my first say that he's not going to run on that PDP, just based on what we just agreed on in terms of taking it for 4 straight years, right? So unless you believe that he's not going to run, then fine. But if he's going to run, he's going to run on that SDP. And if he's going to SDP, I mean, you say you should drag Obi along, which is good, but Obi is going to be, which is what Charles Anagolo was trying to paint, right? Be Atiku running mate for 4 years, then he will work to make you president for 8 years, whatever he prays it. So these are the series scenario I'm watching. If Atiku is not leaving PTB, he's not going to run, because it not going to make sense in only in there for what? How many years? 16 years. Just the only party ticket they go like that. Still not going to make sense now. I mean, this is my own angle, though. I could be wrong. These are politicians. They could do what you have said. The two of them being come back PDP and all that. But in this three scenario, I think I will rather see Obi go by himself. You know why?
he has to be a consensus candidate.
You know
I
why?
think
Because
it makes sense to be. But
me, I know they see. Me, I know they see.
When Charles made that comment about what you just talked about now, that was the first time I'm actually looking at that scenario. I laughed a little bit when you said the article goes for 4 years, and do you know what came to my mind? Well, you know what came to my mind? Okay, for a very split second, it actually made sense to me. Obviously, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. I just say it just for that moment, because in a very hilarious way, in a light mood, I was like, okay, maybe these two old, desperate politicians will just settle them for 4 years and you go just give Tinubu 4, give Atiku 4, get the fuck out of
No, because
just collect 4 and go
there's
home.
another angle to it.
Yeah.
The angle of what turn by turn. Now, this is not our agreement.
Yes,
this is a gentleman agreement.
And he also settles the turn by turn now.
Hold on now, hold on.
Force out 4 notes and we start from the fresh slate.
Right, that's a normal thing supposed to happen. But me and you they don't be like that. So when you said the article should run, Obi should support him for 4 years, you are telling the not to sacrifice 8 years for 4 years. That's what you're telling the not.
No.
So he said that they support Atiku and just get 4 years, or they sacrifice. They say no, Tinubu will continue. Do 4 years, we will get our 8 years, which is what is going to happen. Now, where Obi will be problem, if Obi decide to go solo and still do well as he did last time, then beyond 2027, we'll be the only candidate from the South. But if he decide to join PDP, that's why I say if he join PDP and get the ticket, they will work against him and he will lose. That will close that chapter of tickets coming to the South, or the South permanently, at least for that 2020, going forward to 2031. All the parties will be all northern candidates. And Obi no go fit up because he lost when they give him big party. I don't know. I could be this is just my own reading of things, because turn by turn is real thing to them. The North, they no go sacrifice 4 years for 8 years. They know wise. Or you see what I'm saying? Later. Oh, so you talk. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. So it's the coming months, coming week will be very interesting. But I said,
Sure.
Are you talking to me? Abi you?
No, I'm talking to you. Maybe the line is
Okay.
breaking up. I'm wondering why Nnamdi Kanu is on your DP though.
Oh, We need a why not?
I not a mazi.
I be Mazio. I am. If imagine that you can be on the ballot board and vote for him.
I mean, imagine a Mazin Namdekan as a senator. Maybe you have
Nah,
like
nah, nah.
20 Mazin Namdekan. Do you know, I'm being too way too concerned about the legislative arm of the government. I feel it's just to not even one.
I don't know. I was able to hear you because I'm not hearing you.
Oh, they hear me. You
Okay, we
can't hear
hear you
me.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Normally, if you look Senate before, you go see some kind senators where they challenge, where they talk, they do. But now it can't be like saying I just one party of friends, one people just gather. Nobody is pushing back. Nobody is too much. It's even
Hey,
to
make I
it's
see. Listen. Make you no worry yourself too much. All you need to do apply that saying. Follow the money. Ask yourself. Just mirror them one on one. How many of them actually can afford to run for Senate and win? Men we did there, so how many of them sponsor themselves? That's my question. How many of them sponsor themselves?
OVA. We used
You know go pass like
OVA
10 or 5.
OVA.
Eh?
We had red chambers and good.
Yes. And they break up. How do they hear you?
You they hear me now?
Oh yeah.
We had red chambers and green chambers up doing Obasanjo, Jonathan Yaradua,
Yeah.
JJ. Saraki, you they see if you they watch their this, you go, they see some kind senator who no hungry for this one no hungry for this one. People disagree, they see some
I,
vibrancy and stuff like that. But now everybody just they like dummy.
I
Everybody
just
just
tell you the
they
difference
like
now.
dummy. Just
I just told you the difference. Those people of those days, is it that their money or not consider really people really want them to be there? The ones that we have now, both Senate and a representative, people will sponsor themselves go there, no pass 5 or 10 on each houses.
so Ovie, do you think Bola Tinubu, obviously he's one of the most liquid presidents in terms of, I mean, he has removed subsidy, so a lot of liquidity came into government at the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's probably pumping more of that into?
You broke off, I know. Yeah. Into what?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you say pop
Probably
into.
pumping more of those into oiling political machinery than into development as is expected after subsidy removal. Because I mean,
Yeah.
with the level of the way everybody has calmed down within the political elite system for him, you can tell that he's probably pumping way too much money into
Yeah.
that facility. And
Yeah.
that is why nobody wants to answer Obi's question, where is the money going?
Yeah. Of course, that's
They
the
talk
only
about
way you can
trillions
say.
removed from subsidy.
That's how you stay in power and win the election. If you know your political machinery, all your machinery outside. So that's why when I make case say it go hard for Bola Tinubu to lose, not because all of a sudden no, because all you have to look, person just as you said it, person where they outside,
But
right?
Ovie,
He was hold on, hold
isn't
on.
that the danger? Sorry, isn't that the danger of having, for me, first of all, you agree that he's the most unpopular president that has ever
That
governed
is
Nigeria?
that is the danger of the democracy we are practicing.
No, Ovie, first, I want to know if you even agree with me with this, that he is actually the most unpopular president that has ever governed Nigeria since 1999.
Unpopular since 1999.
Yes.
No, no, I don't
I
agree.
think
No,
even his supporters believe so. I've
no,
even
no,
heard
no, no,
some
no, no, no.
people.
You can no, no,
I've even seen
no.
some pundits, some like not partisan pundits, who makes clearly that this guy is clearly one of the most unpopular people that ever got to the president. He didn't get to the president because he won the election. He got to the president because the other side were split in bits and pieces.
But now that's it now. But you know, go talk say Bola Tinubu is not popular.
No,
like you can talk. Hold on, if it doesn't be popularity,
not.
hold on. You can say no be popularity bring him to power. I agree, but you cannot say he's not popular. Come on now.
Among the masses,
Come on, Lagos.
amongst the masses.
See, the popularity
no,
you
don't understand the popularity what they talk.
You are talking on terms of a performance and all that.
No. I'm talking about liking somebody.
It's not about being popular. Say people know you. Either they like you, they don't like you. That's not the point.
No, that's not what I mean by popular. See what I mean. 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 If I might not like you, but I might be like, it's fine. I don't like you, but even if you become, no problem. Yeah?
That's what I'm saying.
Which is my sentiments towards an article.
But
with the Tinubu is that I don't like you, and I can't deal with you.
That's what I see. Now you are taking it. You are narrowing it to when them be that. But on a general concept, now popularity contest be presidential race. How popular you are. How many people know you? That's the game. That's why I say Obi, you have to give it to him, right? Make sure he stay in our face, even after election. That's what they cannot stand. That's popularity. Not be everybody when they talk about will be like her now, right? But it's always there. So when you talk about popularity, you will not be deny Tinubu that he is popular. But if he doesn't not be waiting, which is what you just said, now like people no like him to the point that they will go vote for him. I agree. Right?
Obvious.
Yes.
Do you know that Tinubu is the first president in Nigeria that lost his region?
See, I don't know what see. You guys, they focus on unnecessary analysis.
Wait. Let me explain where I'm coming from. No, just give me a second, yeah. So usually, when there's a southern president here, normally, not sometimes they won't oppose because they want power to come back to north. You know what I'm saying? We saw that with Goodluck Jonathan, even at some point with Obasanjo. You know what I'm saying?
No, but then you are wrong.
Wait now, calm down. Even in the National Assembly, they do the same thing. When there is a southern Senate president, you see Northerners are doing gra, trying to be turned emergency activists and all that. And then you now see the Southerners gravitating towards their own, be like, oh, why is it when we become Senate president, that time on Agosas, they do gra? No, we are backing our Southern brother and all that stuff. So the point I'm making is, Tinubu does not have that Southern support, which he's a Southerner. So
listen,
wait now, he's only there because there's still loyalty from the North.
No, see, again.
And the North understand that even him, let me tell you, there's a video I posted.
Playboy. Sorry.
Wait, let me finish. There's a video I posted from a security guy, an Hausa guy in our area where I was shooting. And it aligned exactly with what I said about even Northerners understand that for the very first time, this Southerner president is not even popular in his own South.
Playtown. Hold on. You are missing an obvious point.
Okay.
See, if you are analyzing 2023 election outcome based on the past election, you get it all wrong. I just tell you, right? After Tinubu, let's say Tinubu finish in this thing. There's another candidate called Obi. It never happened before in our political presidential race when you have two popular candidates coming from the same. Now three even that they try pushing a 4-way election be. It was 3 ways though. Those examples you were giving.
Didn't we have two popular northern candidates? Are you saying
no? Hold on.
But
Obasanjo time, there's one party, there's PDP and the rest. That means there's one candidate and the rest of them. That was it then. Under Goodluck Jonathan, the same thing, one party and the rest. Now, that's what I thought. I only thought that Nigeria is at the crossroad. Now we are moving into that three phase of Nigeria that everybody is seeing, but the political class are trying to make it two phase, north and south. But in the real scheme of things, now three heavyweight tribes they come in. That's why the disagreement never hold. The agreement never hold during the amalgamation and during independence, which is actually at the cause of our problem. So for the very first time in history, those three arms are coming out strongly. So it's different from the way it used to be, where we say now just one party and every other person or just two candidates. So that's why it was in this 2027, the northern elite goal is to keep Obi presidential ambition, not to go beyond 2027. That's the only way. That's the only way.
Now that we have three ways, is that now makes a southern, that even now makes southerners less strong, because now we're not talking about one south again.
See, listen, it's less strong now because it's now two of them. That's why I say, let's say Tinubu win 2027. Obi did well in 2027. So 2031, there's one candidate and the rest of them. That's how it's going to be. There's going to be Obi from the south and whoever they are going to bring from the north. And that time they get trouble because who are they going to bring that will rival Obi that already has 6 million for over 8 years? So we have a problem coming on before us in the real sense of how Nigeria should be. It's after we are. So if they don't succeed, that's why I say if Obi go PDP, that conversation will end. Obi no go win, and that's it. It's closed. They'll go back to that north and south again. So if you analyze and say, oh, Tinubu no win side, no with no, then you are getting it all wrong. It was very calculated because you understand the strength that is coming. When do we have somebody who have more than 2 million that is not in the presidency? In Nigeria and the Fourth Republic, you don't ever hear him before. Somebody get more than 2 million and is not the president. But we have somebody with 6 million who is not the president from the south. That's never happened before. So there are new things that we are. Them know, the elite know. The same way they run up and down, they understand because the conversation is not going to be palatable. Come 2037, 2031, when we have Obi still going strong. I don't know who the one is for not. I don't understand. That's why I thought say the sentiment, the idea of Muslim, North and South, even though you go there, but among the older ones, the younger ones will still on issue. That's why I say Obi know what he's doing. So not to say Bola Tinubu, no. Just look at the dynamics that plays out. A lot of things change that came to play this 2023 that were never there before. Which goes to your argument for against parliament, how did they behave now before? Before, they go beg people for university now. You go beg them to come and contest. During Obasanjo, they go drag them, this guy from very popular, get funny name like this. Begging people to come and jump. They go beg captain of industry, chairman of bank, come and run. They go bring people waiting down for World Bank, for Washington, to come and post office, to come and post. But now, not be like that. Because things has changed. They don't wake up. Everybody they don't. Before there was that fear of military go come back. This. So it is. We are at a very critical time in our nation story. Now, it's not up to we the people. It's up to the leaders. Either make them sit down and say, "Come on." If we misbehave, because if anything happen within the next 2 elections, my brother, trust me, the Nigeria will go up in flame. There's no way we feel save him. Because don't tell me Obi go win to an election, you go say you go deny him. It not go happen. So don't look it from either not. That's how they want us to look at it, the elite, north and south. Somebody the popular. No, it's not like that. Now three strong arm supposed from Nigeria. But one arm is being punished for whatever reason. Right? For whatever reason, but for how long? That's the so we are at that point. So that's why I did watch Obi. That's what I said earlier on that I don't think Obi is foolish to fall into what, again, I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. The North will come together and give Tinubu his second time. just to be no go surface again. If that will happen again, uptown.
Mm.
I hope I'm convincing enough, but if I'm not convincing enough,
No, no, I get no.
with they go.
I get what you're saying. For me, I think
Yeah.
that Obi, we should just concentrate more on enlarging the base, solidifying the message, expanding, recruiting, basically. And you know what happened? Can you remember what happened in 2022 after Obi declared for presidency? You saw the surge that followed the PVC registration surge that followed that announcement, if you can remember.
Yeah.
People were protesting for INEC to extend their deadline all of a sudden and all of that. And at the end of the day, a lot of people still didn't get to register. So registrations can start. And obviously,
Mm.
millions of Nigerians turned 18 last year. Millions will turn 18
Oh
this
yeah.
year. Millions
I
more are
remember.
turning 18 next year. A lot of secondary school people, a lot of
That's
TikTok
why I say the obedient train. No, they go recruit all these new entrants. You know.
exactly. For me, I think it's something that is doable, it's achievable if it's being. I'm pushing that. I will keep pushing that. If I join certain groups, I understand that certain groups are being put together right now. If I join them, these are some of the ideas I'm going to push in those spaces for these things to be done.
Because to win that, because presidency, we see the CM saying that like the person who they carry the body, in this case will be no, the structure around him, in fact at times they go overshadow themselves, because
Mm,
na nation state, na interest full everywhere. So how
mm,
do you capture every interest, little by it, and make them understand and bring them together at the critical moment at the right time? It's all 9 be the KO campaign. How do you identify critical interests and
mm,
meet them halfway? And no do I know what you would do on that 2, 3. No, this is not like long time process, right? You they bring them in. Just as you talk the nursing school now. Obi has
mm,
won that already. Right? Obi has won the nursing, the majority of the nursing. So small like that before you know at the right time, because Obi cannot be everywhere at the same time, but at the same time, it can be everywhere at the same time.
yeah.
If you understand what I mean.
Mhm,
So that's what need to be, they need to be, work towards. How can we make sure he's everywhere at the same time?
mm,
Well, because now it's because the what you should know that your opponent too was his training. They see what Sheyi Tinubu they do, and his
yeah.
wife, even though they love them, no,
Mm,
they are actually oil in the what? Just as you told where where the money they go, they are where the political structures are be. That's what
yeah.
he's doing. The man they run around with his minister. How many billion you think they
With
go down share?
our subsidy money, we will contribute.
Exactly. So these are obvious things. They do it for
You know,
your face,
it,
that in
it,
your
it is
face.
very funny that the argument I made as far back as 4 5 years ago is now playing out when the whole subsidy removal thing. I said, if you want to remove subsidy, it's almost like the people's tax. It's just like all of us to Nigeria will gather start they pay tax to you. One massive tax like that, they contribute, they put for your pockets as the president. You know what I'm saying?
You are even you are not even seeing the obvious, the latest.
So I said,
IMF they give Tinubu money to do waiting. They give a specific assignment to go and share to the vulnerables. We are talking about $500 million. Bola Tinubu never started the share. He go start am when election almost reach. He never win election from IMF. Oh.
but
This is
okay,
not.
okay. Can I ask you?
So,
What do you feel about this Bola Tinubu's government? Do you feel is it like now this is just me asking from your personal view, yeah? Do
yeah.
you think the case of one, eh, not being capable to do it, two, not wanting to do it, three, placing personal aggrandizement and ambition over real development of the citizenry? and the country. What do you think is playing out? What do you think it is behaving is performing so spectacularly poor? Even I've truly heard a lot of his own supporters who are, in a support base. There are those that can tell themselves truth once in a while, yeah. And I've heard most of those in his own camp also say, I'm a bit disappointed. Don't wait, I expect from Aswaju be this, you know. So, what do you think is playing out? What do you think it's even for an Aswaju supporter, it's an underwhelming performance, very underwhelming.
Um.
What do you think is
Okay.
playing out?
From my own personal viewpoint, he's doing excellently well.
No, be, we have
Now,
stay.
hold on. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you. Because me, I'm somebody that 100% believe Nigeria is not a sovereign nation. It's not a free country.
Mm.
Now, if that is the case, who can they run us?
Mm.
The West run us, led by America. So the policy that Bola Tinubu is implementing are not his policy or the policies that are meant for the betterment of the country. These are
Mm.
strictly Western capitalist policy. Now then put on there, now their policy they now then get the economy. So
Mm.
the policy is not set to work for us, the people. That's where you are seeing disappointment.
Do
People are disappointed because
you
they are
think
not seeing.
no understands this, or do you
Huh?
think he is ignorant about? He genuinely thinks this can help people, or do you think he knows that this is not meant for us, but you just have to just do it
No,
for it?
it's not about helping people. It's about how do I get power, and that's what you need to do to get power. You have to agree to sign. You have to sign agreements.
So
Then
you
they allow
believe
you because
he
all
did
you
this
need
whole
to do.
presidency thing for just power,
You say
like hunger
something. You
power?
say something. You make a silent point earlier on,
Yeah.
right? That the fact that everybody, when I mean everybody, people who are supposed to be speaking or doing something, everybody just quiet is following, is going along as if everything is okay,
Mm.
right? This is what I noticed when he was announced as the winner of the election. If I don't know if you still remember that time,
Yes, yes.
I quiet, I just observe around all the power structure that be quiet. I look outside the country, Washington, bam, everybody. Even
Um,
when
but
uh,
the funny
even when
was that
uh,
I've
even
never
when
seen Nigeria
Chimamanda
that
was angry, wrote a letter to Biden and say, "Is it that you don't know who you work for or what's going on here?" Right?
I've never seen Nigeria that quiet before.
So,
There was
so that should tell you everything you need to know. You need to know who's running the country. So that's why I say he's doing. IEF give him money as we speak, as we they talk, so they just approve him. Who know they do whether they give him free money? No, he answer me now. If you have an employee, he's not doing well, will you keep giving him a budget?
But wait, on what fiscal performance is that money being? Because what I understand is that development
Now,
partners usually
this is the
come where
difference.
where
This is the difference.
accountability, high levels of accountability has been shown, or maybe we're talking about other ulterior motive. Yeah.
This is with the difference between him and Obi, which is what I see Obi is emphasizing on that. If we fix it will reduce expenses and all that. Now, yes, Obi said no get choice, go implement the West policy. But the only difference is that Obi is where that prudence come from. The little way he go get to do for the country, he no go chop him alone. He would do actually use that in do. That's why when he was saying that, you will see, he was saying, Charles,
You will
Charles,
see
if
it.
I'm in charge, see if I'm in charge, you will see it physically. You will see the changes. I don't know if you watched that part. He was stressing it,
No, I
right?
know now. They were
Because
stressing that part, seeing it physically.
so he no go want do, even though the people around the want for some to be free with some kind, all those things, but he no go want do he go rather take it like no, instead of being $100 billion dollar wealthy at the end of the presidency, rather he prefer to be a $1 billion wealthy. You
Mm.
understand? And the difference be that. So the difference is that you give the Caesar, you give the devil what belongs, you give the West what belongs to them, then the one way they give you so.
The one way
Now
in
use
small
them well.
use it.
So I think that's how I see, that's the difference I see between our leaders and every other leader and what is going on in the country. Because Nobody could tell me say Nigeria and African country, right? But even though that's a different conversation entirely. So that's why my expectation of any government, I know they expect anything. If you do and say, oh, okay, oh, I judge you like that. I know they expect, say, oh, you are coming to change people's lives, all that bullshit, right? You will say that, but you will still do what you can do. And that's where that's where you have a point in terms of Bola Tinubu, people are being disappointed and all that. It is because people are expecting, as a leader of the country, you are at liberty to do whatever you want with everything that you have, right? But that's not the case. That's not the reality of how the world works. So that's where I was coming from that part that he's doing, because I don't expect him to do anything for our Nigeria. I mean, I'm not expecting to change Nigeria. It's not going to change Nigeria. No, but I don't care how you want to do. So
I think some of his supporters genuinely think he's going to turn Nigeria to Lagos states, like a giant Lagos state. You know, some.
Yeah. They believe the rhetoric.
I
You do.
think
They go.
that was
I
actually a very stupid thought for anybody, any educated person to have ever thought of.
beg
But at the end of the day, some of his supporters genuinely thought that, even though it does not make any logical sense.
Right.
Anyway, you
So
know,
that's why so in terms of so that's why I was when I read part of I see they read Babangida's book. In that time I can finally conclude say the last nationalist leader we have, a patriot that really want to Murtala Mohammed. And they end up killing, they assassinated him, right? So far, that's the only national. That's when I say income, he won't do something based on, okay, now our land, let's do it in our own way. Regardless of what the Washington wants, they invite him, Grigo self, right? So I am expecting Obi cannot go against the West. I don't expect him to, but I expect him to manage that in line. I expect him to manage that in line, give what belongs to them, and do for Nigeria what Nigeria deserves in his own capacity.
He understands. I mean, I won't be surprised. I mean, he's been in several boards. He's played business, politics, and all that.
Yeah.
I think he understands about Caesar having what Caesar is. But you see that one that you now say this one now, this 2 naira now for people. He go use that 2 naira, all of it, for that purpose.
Yeah.
And the thing about Nigeria is, if you put something for something, you go actually see them. The problem is that they don't put it.
You see, every country. You know why? I noticed something for Obi interview. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I noticed something. The way the world is today, with what is going on, you understand, America, trying to tame China, trying to reglobalize every other thing. This is the time every country that is under the West grip, now the time where they go feel do something for themselves be this. You know why? Because just all you need to do, just pay attention to Trump. They are very focused. They don't send any other person. If you do anywhere, you go take it anyhow. Say people who are boss up for Nigeria. They don't send us for the main time because they are really focused. So every country notice that and they are taking advantage of it, which is India, which is Brazil, and a few other ones. But the Nigerian people, that's why they vex, right? Which I think Obi knows that there's a slim chance, right, for us to assume a little bit of sovereignty to ourselves for some kind of area, right, to bargain, because the power that be, they have a bigger thing to fight. So I think Obi is seeing that window. That's why they talk say, come, we can change things. But this is actually the time for you to do small change and get away with it. You see, we can do things.
Just do that small change. Because the thing is that, see what I see,
small change now be the sacrifice that the Tinubu Commission is not doing.
Nobody is looking for. Let me tell you the picture I have of an Obi presidency, and this is based on antecedents. Typical difference. If Obi, as a President Obi, sits in a room with a governor, let's say governor of Bauchi or governor of Niger, or whatever it is, 95% of discussion a President Obi and governor of Niger will have will be about drawing up map of how many hectares of land that can be cultivated and what they will expect from that in 1 year. You know what I'm saying? All of those kind of conversations. And how much of federal money he's willing to pump in if him the governor of Niger State, show sincerity and commitment to that plan. You know what I'm saying? You know, Obi operates like, as bankers they operate. In they do like finance.
Yes.
Like that banking life never come out for him. So that kind of bring project, keep them for floor, for table. Make I see. If you show me this, I give you this. If you do and well, I double and give you. Now that kind of person. You get? Which is still what he's doing with this is philanthropy.
But you know, say in a nation state like this,
yeah,
president where they come act like that, the day hard for him. What I mean, the day hard for him, right? Because every other interest go they say, come, this will not be your money, oh. You understand? This will not be your money.
No. I think
no, but it depends on who in there around them. Just like Trump now. Trump of today and Trump of the other one is different. Now he don't know say come. Anybody doing there, I go collect. So anybody they behave.
See the thing about Peter. It is Peter Peter is the kind of person. You see what he did with the savings of Anambra. He both saved money, but somehow the banks benefited as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's that businessman that will also make you to see how you too can benefit from this without having to shortchange the people. If the people are benefiting, you can still benefit. So, what I see differently, like what I explained to you now, this is the typical conversation that will happen between a President Toby and a governor of Niger State. But if a President Toby and a President Tinubu and a governor of Niger State, 90% of discussion will be about politics. Right. How you claim Niger State in the next election, what needed to be drawn, and how will you come to my party and all of that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Which is completely different. So I feel Nigeria needs that tiny break where we are going to see a development focus, even if like just 4 years, one tenor, a development focus. We'll just do small work. We never do small work. We'll just do small work.
Unfortunately,
there's no reason why in 2 years the president has not toured the 36 states. There's absolutely no reason. And if you don't do one, just no saying get interest to probably move the governor to his party for political purposes, not for anything. I was in Enugu when he came to Enugu. In none of the conversations that happened in Enugu, what happened was more of political shenanigans, a lot of crowd of psycho fans hailing on your mandate.
If to say nah, the point you just make,
yeah.
I go, if you follow on with what you said that Bola Tinubu is not popular, right? Again, I could make I go agree with you because if to say now people voted for him, stay voted for him, if I don't they tour the states, right? But we're in the tour, Europe, America, and Asia. Now there the money, you understand? So now where your people vote for you come from? Now there you go miss. So the idea that it's not popular, maybe you have a point there, based on
I have a point there. He's not a popular president. He's Ovi, I don't know whether Nigerians will just like to do the same thing over and over again. Ovi, good they happy now say you on NTA. You see your president randomly in one mass expanse of land in Niger State with his casual dress and shirt, roll up his sleeve, talking about, okay, this is the plan, this is how many hectares, this is what we are doing with export from here, and that. The state is contributing this, federal is contributing this, and we have 3 other neighboring states keying into this. And then he hops on the helicopter, on the Air Force One or whatever they call the helicopter in Nigeria of the armed forces, drops in Bayelsa, and we're talking about rice, we're talking about planting.
Hey,
we need some vibrancy, some,
I mean, that one no count. Tinubu is doing it, no count.
All these locking people, those they are so wrong. Just want to repeat the same thing Buhari do.
Play town. Tinubu they do no count. He's moving around the country now.
Where? For where?
Tinubu is everywhere.
Okay. Oh, Tinubu.
Now.
Is it ridiculous? ridiculous video saying they are coming for my family.
Right? I don't even know where that coming from. Where is that coming from, sir?
That was one of the most ridiculous.
And they try to see who is he talking like.
videos.
Maybe he's accusing some. It might not be necessarily talking about Nigeria in general, but maybe
He
he
was
gets
just
on Kaban.
He was just talking. He was just talking like he just took some Canadian loud.
That shock everybody though, because they never actually see and talk like even like people.
He did himself a great disservice. A
Come
lot of
on,
people were saying, "Oh my God, he would have just remained silent."
you don't ever do interview before, sir. Like sit down on the
He has
podcast.
never. That's why people were assuming that he's probably like some this guy. People still have some respect for him, even though they hated his dad. Yeah, but after he opened his mouth, people were like, "Ooh, damn! We thought he had something." You know,
Why? No, that I thought of it.
You know,
Come now, the whole family, no be only Papa no they do interview, Mama no they do interview self.
I swear.
All of them, and they're all public figures. They're all serving. It's great. Apart from the son.
This kind of even apart from that, like even you could see like the performance. It was panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, Bokoro debaters. It was just it was a ridiculous sight.
He said he was drunk. What did he drink? And I him drink past weekend. Weekend see they talk now. Weekend they drink 40 years old whiskey. See they do interview now.
Like I was like, Jesus, oh my God, like what the hell, man? This nah, don't do this
I
again.
know that guy shocked me. But I look, I like I understand what the guy is doing, moving around, trying to carry. So it's campaigning.
Don't do that. Don't talk, man. Don't talk again. The very that man do video and say, don't talk.
Now the person with video and I know help him.
So, find the video, but why did you post it, man? Like
I was like,
post it. Like, didn't you watch the video and see that it was ridiculous? Why did you post it, man?
You know, when I first started to hear the guy shout,
Tinubu, the greatest president ever in history. I'm like, Jesus, what the heck? Man?
So you know, I was listening to him. I was like, okay, maybe at a point he will come like calm down, just now actually talk story, narrate something. No, but just and just stop there like that's like
very, very pointless. Like, no,
what's going on here?
It was just like a kid that just woke up from.
It was I mean that was I really want to know more. I want to hear the background story. What's like that's not normal. That's like I don't think it's any problem.
There's no background story. They gave him a strand. It's not all those Hausa boys gave him a unique strand.
Like that was just nobody that come from nowhere, man. From out of the view.
He just imagined something in his head that
I know that's I mean, where are they? I say, okay, maybe that the next Lagos the state governor might be that.
I swear.
But that no me, sha. They go see package jam.
That was ridiculous outing. Please, he should not ever talk again. Please, let's just assume that he's. You know, they say when a fool keeps quiet, that they're smart. You know. So,
oh yeah, seriously. Now when you actually bring it up, I've never seen anywhere say him do interview like
never spoke.
Sit down for podcast. Well, maybe his strength. Maybe everybody be talk like that.
What now? Whether you fail whether you feel you wanted to do law, you fail. Come on. I heard allegedly.
I bet when I free my Mona, they should they call her first son now. First son. That's Nigeria, man. Our first son. Very soon go see first grandfather. She Obi parents in their life now, be?
I don't know.
No, maybe during that we hear first grandparent. Nigerians are ridiculous, man.
You know, so Nigerians don't have critical thinking. When people say if you remove fuel subsidy, you solve the problem. No, that's just a means and to an end. It's not the end.
My guy,
what will you
even up to today, so
do? Not removing it.
If you ask having Nigeria up to today, what is subsidy? What is that actually? What will be that subsidy? Make them break and load. They don't fit. They still don't understand now.
They just don't, yeah, they don't say once for subsidy, they don't fix Nigeria economic problem. What the fuck? What the fuck? Obi just tell us saying go IDP, they don't get school, they don't go health center. Then 4,000 people there.
Yeah, Obi said to the look for trouble.
You know,
It will go.
that if you remove Obi from Nigeria, I swear nobody will ever spare a thought to know that there are actual IDP camps in this country.
Come on. That what you talk. Nobody, no one choose politician don't actually not even now from the days of 1999. Which politician they usually go around safe? Who is not in office going around meeting poor people and all that?
Not one. Nobody has. You know, people used to say, "Oh, na politics, na campaign." I usually ask those people, "Can you mention one name of one politician that has?"
Where they do the same thing.
When you now ask them that question, that's when they will now start thinking. Now they'll find out that actually there's nobody that has done that. Because when you ask, people, you might think people have done it. You think
because
that nobody has.
Because Trump did it well. Trump na rich man, but he was able to engrave himself with poor people. They go McDonald's, go all those kind of shit.
Do you know?
Yeah.
If you know how difficult it is, you know why no politician has ever done it. Do you know how difficult it is to remain on that years after the election? The logistics involved, the money involved, the mental stress, you have to be completely disciplined and used to that kind of thing to even be able to attempt it as a politician. And most of our politicians don't have that level of depth in terms of staying true to anything.
No go there. Amechiran stadium. Show what they do marathon.
That one I just one day. Even cannot keep up to that. He can't. You know, it's easier said than done. And that's where
during campaign period, now they move around now.
No,
then in the look for people where they do cloud chaser for online and join them.
The campaign don't finish. It's over. Nobody can do it, and that's where Obi is teaching them lesson. Because let me tell you, if people can do it, they would have done it. If people could do it,
now, Baba, now I want me to walk up and down. Come, respect our president.
And the fact there's one time an aide of Obi told me that Obi has not less than 1,000 commitments with several organizations and groups across the country. And he says it has always been like that for him. Like in terms of people that he has pledged to do something for, money for this, he has put deposit for this, he will still give them this if they're able to get to this level in the project and all that. Like this, the commitment the man commits himself.
He wants to be president now, so it's part of the requirement. You know, when you come for Tinubu say, "He do this for me. He buy book for me."
But he does not have to do that.
Well, you have to. Now they look. Now know what they look for.
The other politicians never did.
Hey, but that's your point, now. You won't do what your other position they do. I mean, you know, people they be that. You have to do something different now. We know the year where people they come out there. Bola Tinubu buy cement for me when they build that. Bola Tinubu buy toothpaste for me.
You know that round. This guy goes around the country on road. Actually, I don't know if he has even thought about the security implications of that. But I mean, I don't understand him in terms of that. But this guy drives around the country, all those bad roads, and that's why there's one foreign interview he did that he was literally quoting roads in Nigeria. I was at the level of how much he knew roads across the country. He was calling them by name.
Obi get security. The Obi get two security, right? Two type of security, which now only two of them. I know politicians want to say they get that kind of security. right? The regular security where they get from time to time. Then the most important one, the people security.
Yeah.
Once people like you, right, you can afford to take that can either na risk or whatever. Buhari had that, but it was old. He move around like it would be, but Buhari could actually go anywhere because of
Mobilization.
like that love they were at that time before he become president. Not when he become
Yeah.
president, he had that followership before he
Yeah.
become president. So I don't see any other person like that. We get that love, security, whatever you want to talk about from the people.
But
I
Ovi,
know,
that is one of the points. What do you have to say about the second point I raised in terms of his knowledge of the nook and crannies of Nigeria in terms of road by road?
guy, no be
How do you think he
no be
achieved that?
trader.
Eh?
No be trader.
Someone say that my people wey dey shuttle just by side bus.
Obi say he be
Kano,
trader,
Kano,
so it's
Kano,
not just bragging. It's not just
Kano
saying it. He
Delta.
is. Ah,
I swear that's the point I made in that election, that when Obi says I understand Nigeria more than everybody that he's running against, I said the man is not joking when he said that. He has interacted with market women, with distributors. He has done business with people in Kano, Kaduna over the years. He has nothing when
when I
never.
thought I fit use Obi name organize any small pep talk. Now the security be that. Me, even as I do here, so I go organize something under his name and people will actually legitimately believe in that. You understand? So
There's an ABC Mosu interview that I read sometime online. I think it's a 2000 and early 2000s interview where he was talking about when he called Obi. When they were looking for a somebody that can run Anambra State. You know what I'm saying? At the height of the shenanigans of Anambra of the early 2000s. You know the story now. But
yeah.
was performing well, so they needed somebody from outside the political shenanigans of Anambra. When they reached out to Obi, said that when he invited Obi to Lagos, that when he came, that this man carried books because he thought OBC wanted to open an account with Fidelity Bank. So he came with proposals. He came with how to lobby him and investment plans. You have to tell these guys, though, this has nothing to do with business. This is politics that we want to talk about. So that the kind of person where he be. For him, he is there marketing. For that time, he was in the banking sector. For you to see the level of seriousness he took, even as a chairman. Chairman is not a marketing of, but this guy said that this guy was operating like a marketer. A chairman, he was selling Fidelity like Akara.
Now in background, see when he made that point, say he be trader. Now person will understand how during now you have to factor his generation, how they used to trade literally back in the days, right? Even though he go school, right? But it's somebody that do the two. He do the normal, he did trading as a normal man, then he still do the office world too. So background, be saying that butter we come from abroad or we go live for abroad during we don't understand the nitty-gritty of typical average Nigerian person. It's different. For
So
that one, I think he has that.
what I still don't understand is when people are saying somebody with that level of knowledge of the country in terms of both in different stages, both from the root stages of poor people, which he also actually has the talent of knowing how to interact with them, from the space of the business area, both in the corporate world, in politics. Someone that's generally grounded, he has the energy, he has the experience, and he has the marketing skill. Obi has sweet mouth. He can literally sell akara to you as burger.
Yes,
So
but
that skill is a rare skill for a president to have.
Yes, but you know why? You know why Obi own they kind of alien to the Nigerians. But now you know why? You have to factor in
we've
the
never had that kind of president before.
No, you have to
We
factor in
got
the
a
history
little
of.
closer with Obasanjo, but just a little bit.
Yeah, but you know why? This is why the people, some of the, especially the older ones, they say Obi is non, know the country and all that. You know why? You have to factor in the country, the history of the country after the Civil War. what did they do? Nobody is able they walk around, live among ourselves and all those bullshit. So then, for you to be seen as you know the country, you know everybody, means you have to go wedding, go, because that's what the country was encouraging, right? Which is the spirit of the NYC, right? Make you they go wedding, go Emia wedding for Kano, all those kind of a thing. Come east, come west, then they see you as popular. But what you are pointing at that will be is his own knowledge of the country is actually on really practical ongoing, not necessarily attending wedding, but actually going to meet ordinary people, knowing what their terrain is and all that. So because of the history now, waiting a lot of people grow used to, this person Igbo man go wear agbada, go free, Fulani man go come here. I think we go the brag saying they always spend Christmas in the east and all that. So to them, once you don't fall into that, and the country has grown beyond that, those kind of shenanigans. It's just because they go wear Hausa clothing, wear Igbo clothing, you understand? We want to see beyond that. Because again, the point that you make, if you go back to, I think 2 years before the election also, when the famous interview of Babangida, when he thought the person who will be president has to be so age, he has to know somebody from which local government and all that. That's what he's talking about, right? You don't go wedding for Sokoto before. You don't go wedding for Soso before. You don't go wedding for Umanya before. All those kind of shit. But we today, we say we get phone, right? If you like go wedding for anywhere, we don't go say and say you are socialized. We know they see you say you are actually doing that so you can know the country and the people more. That no go, you no go follow now. Just like they always brag, or Dr. Damage is there, I know Kolomo for village because I get babe for there that year. I come to now to say, when it comes to the knowledge of Anambra people, I know them very well. You not go work now. But see, we go do business for Anambra. He will understand Anambra people more than me. We go find babe.
Yeah.
So that's
when
okay.
you talk for that Kano this thing now, when they mention where major industries been there for Kano that year, where Indo business with
Now you are
he was talking about Pompeii, they call some kind of name we have never heard before. But the way he's talking about, you can see that he was used to those spaces already. So I was like, this man
Obi
really
was a local trader, was a
well.
local businessman in his younger days and become international businessman in his old age. So now people they use that old age business mindset till they assess them. Yeah, but they don't know say he don't actually do the underground one, just like every other businessman, especially the business people from the east.
Yeah.
Who they are known to spread their business everywhere.
There's something he said when he came for election in Anambra State, which I believe the really reason why that shit didn't go viral is because he spoke in Igbo language. He was telling them about some connectivities of some federal roads that do not exist, that could cut journeys as much as 80% of the time. Like if na journey we go take like 7 hours, if you cut them to like 1 hour or 1 hour.
Yeah, Nigeria, we no get road now.
And the way this guy was making some connections and calling some names from the Niger Delta to the Middle Belt, that if you put bridge from here to here, that you connect. I'm like, wait, how this guy take all these routes? That if you put bridge from here to here, you won't need to go all around again to go and do this one. You just have to move like this. If goods can move from so and so state to so state in few seconds, in few minutes. I'm like, all this thing with this guy they talk, does it mean we don't know him? Okay, why those bridges are not, why are they not there? What those connectivities are not there? And how did he even know about all of these things? Because you can see somebody that spent so much time in studying. Is it that he spent so much time in studying, or he just experienced those things in his years of gallivanting around and selling Milo and Bonvita?
Now, so what you they describe, what you they try describe well, look at from another angle. Atiku did the same interview where Obi did so 3 weeks ago. I've been at Wednesday. Now go look at his own conversation. Now based on history, how they move around, do this. Then they take the Yaradua political mayor. That's all. That's all the.
Yeah,
You understand?
All those elite stuff.
Guess who go do who they never go do interview next? Congo so now be the next person. You go wait. I mean no, he don't do now with Hausa when
one person just don't have the gravitas. Like
no, see.
He does not have that level of don't have that passion for the country. It's just this guy, this Kano guy that just love his Kwankwasia movement. Like you can't see him many national issues, he does not comment on them. Sometimes he force himself, he just pick one thing. You can see the motivation in him, the love, the passion. You can't see okay, what's this obese interview yesterday? So at some point you can
now
see
they tell you now. See,
there's sometimes Obi will speak. You know, if Obi speak and open his eyes, you know, if he look through his glass and open his eyes, you can see that passion when he gets inflamed in that. You know, say this one don't touch him. Say this one we talk now. He really. There's something.
Obi is changing. Obi is bringing Obi is drift. How to put that? Obi is would I say is the beginning of the end of the old politics of alliance now
the KBC politics.
So he's bringing in why is hard for him, right? Why is it's taking time for people to actually see because it is based on policy.
Yes,
before now we don't do our campaign on policy, do our campaign on sentiments, right? Yeah. These people now they all those counting now this area now so he is actually focused on real issue.
Do you see how many times Charles tried to box him to those and he kept refusing to go into the box?
Exactly. So that's why it's kind of finding it hard now. If you listen to even a show me of him, why is he going to be? He's always petting Nigeria with us like, dude. What the concern with international? The man is telling you what he have in Nigeria they feel. They say make it depend time also that he could depend Nigeria go. So that's why he's finding it difficult, right? Not necessarily because it's coming from Igbo man or that. No, his policy is new to us. His way is new to. And now what young people understand be that. I don't say that's what it's supposed to be now. Like this is supposed to be, no be. So it will take time. It's coming.
It's going to be easier for other leaders that will follow that step later in the
future. I
think he's the one.
I talk a couple of months ago. I said the next person we will see now the radical or the violent version of Obi in terms of the next leader we go place Nigerian space. Right, we see the gentleman, we see the money bag, we see the cultural. So Obi is different. Obi is like that kind gentleman. Let's not do the way this. But let's do it differently. Let's focus on real issue now and see. Right, even though it's not popular, but let's. I think we should go away from the old. Let's make sure we keep the country together as one. Right, that was the policy that is coming. You know, whatever. Don't you are going too far. Nigeria is still very delicate. So he say come. Now policy now it should be our hunger, our problem now real policy. No be my brother. We everybody don't know ourselves now. You regardless of how Meduguri be, you fit travel go Meduguri and you come.
The entire interview and he never spoke about one personality.
No, that's why I say that's why I point out the difference between him and Atiku's interview.
His last interview. He spoke about up to 5 or 6 different people in that interview.
Yeah, that's why I say now he's moving us away from old way of doing things.
Issue-based discussions.
It will take time because now fighting the fight men we don't benefit from that rhetoric for a very long time. Now you want to change them for them. They will fight back. You go see they go begin attack them. You go see that attack them. Like people we no expect before, like opposition we no expect, they will come after him direct. But now only he remain now.
People like Shegun show me don't they?
Yeah, because now only he remain now. They don't attack the party. they done the damage to the party. They go after his surrogate, them Kenneth and all the rest of them. The obedient, if you go after the street people like that, they online, if you do it. So him is the last person. Like go they
So
focus
that's
on him now.
what they use there now. Maybe they use the
Yeah.
tribal bigotry
Yeah,
conversation.
so they go attack him directly. You go see, you'll be shocked. They can't attack where you go again. Number two, because he's standing alone. In terms of he's the only one like kind of standing alone. Everybody see they go with that, one club, now let's manage
But
it.
at least one thing he achieved is that he made Atiku to stay more home this time around
That be
than
that
you
again. Those are the factors you should
know.
be factoring in. You understand?
Atiku that stays more home. Even if he goes, he comes back after 2 weeks. So
Exactly. So when you are analyzing
most I've seen.
2023 politics, factor in all those things.
This is
I
the
talk
most
up now. It doesn't matter who you be now. If you are thinking of presidency within the next 3 election
you
cycle,
have to engage.
you go put a bit for one corner. You go like when I mean you go people go kind of every combination way they make, you will come factor in Obi. You have to. It doesn't matter who you be or where you are coming from. In the next 3 election phase, Obi has come to stay. You cannot do your permutation without factoring its effect on it. So that's one. And that's the next level where we don't do so. I think we know if you travel now. Travel.
The boy will really miss Atiku this time.
Ah,
Wetin happen? They tell now one small boy will be you. Then
you can't travel. Yes.
hungry rest. Hungry rest. But it feels good. It feels good to have them here. They should be here.
No, it can only get better. Right? It can only get better.
Because Atiku's absence and PDP's weakness in opposition is one of the reasons Buhari failed.
That no be them being the Buhari come power. You don't forget. Now they bring come power now. They can't leave up, go forward, and them they all gang up. They all come together now under good luck.
Yeah.
So they will do again. They will all come back to under Tinubu and under SDP. If Obi jump PDP, they go leave Obi in PDP. That's what they go do. But make it no joy. Make it inform me. Make it carry another party. But avoid this. Avoid those men. Carry your children. They go. Let me use that phrase.
Yeah.
They will grow. You can only grow with them. They will grow with you. They don't feel leave you. You don't feel leave them. So I think it should. For me, that's what I will advise. But we don't know how the closer you are to power, the different the reality presents itself. So
this G-Rock on Twitter, on X, it's been viral.
Who?
The Grok AI.
Oh yeah. Elon Musk's X.
Yes. So it's been causing trouble on X. Because Grok has been behaving like an obedient on X all over the place. And Tinubu supporters are not finding it funny. Making statements like from the analysis and everything, that if it was a Nigerian voter, that Obi was clearly a better presidential candidate than Tinubu and Atiku, and and it will go and analyze things with data and everything. Even got to the point of if you ask him questions, he's going to answer you. Yeah? So about all those Tinubu supporters who try to be twisting the questions. But what Obi didn't do this and that. It will still answer at a point. Somebody asked Grok that if Obi and Tinubu was to swap roles, that Tinubu governed Anambra and Obi governed Lagos. Yeah. Now would have done better. Grok said that Obi would have done twice or more as better as the Lagos State governor than Tinubu did. With his fiscal prudence, if he managed that space, and with every other thing, there's some stuffs Grok highlighted from antecedent and from record and from so many things that he thinks he's going to do better as a Lagos State governor than Tinubu did. and that Tinubu wasn't going to do as much as Anambra State governor because Tinubu is not good at managing scarce resources. And the scarce resources will not even be enough only for his political machineries, not to talk of for anything to be left for development to happen. So both and both, Grok has been roasting Tinubu supporters.
This is roasting.
It's been roasting about Grok. I mean, you can't even accuse, most of them are now accusing him of being a bigot, being biased. When they accuse Elon Musk AI of being biased. Now, hey God,
Interesting times ahead anyway.
This political scene is so funny, you know. Well, for me, Tinubu is going to be president for the next 4 years.
Who will win? Who will win after 4 years? Tinubu na deal maker. Tinubu go cut any deal with anybody to stay in power. We already look at other aspects.
See the way he's managing Wike's excesses just because of power.
You need Port Harcourt now. You know get Kanu no dey around. You can't make it leave Kanu, make it leave Port Harcourt. Una say una too wicked. Una do say Baba na good luck. Baba no be good luck. Oh. Baba no get patient for nonsense. Baba you dey stand his way. You think he say no. We can't. I don't have time for this.
That man, like, guy, you know what is the pain me?
Yeah, it's not much about himself. It's about the bad people around him because now them need power now.
Obvious, no be all of us did this internet. Where these people one single thing where they use campaign that say this guy knows how to recruit the best brains across the world. No be waiting with the here. You don't follow this internet with me for that election period. The one single point campaign they were moving is that this guy knows how to fish the best brains across the whole earth.
So are you saying people around him are not the best?
What are you saying?
What are you talking about? Who is not up to par?
Ah, God.
Wike is doing God's work in Abuja.
God. Do you see that?
Umahi is building us a fast highway road. I mean, these are the best of the best. What are you talking about?
Do you know there's no this is not a joke. I'm not even finding this funny. Like, even me, do you know, even me, I'm not a supporter. It's not like I expected anything from him, but I was still disappointed. So imagine somebody that does not expect something from you, still get disappointed with, especially that brain recruitment, whatever myth they sold, like hunting the best brain.
Who is the star of this administration, Seth? Who is the star of this administration?
My brother, who is the star? Who is the star? Who is the Soludo?
Now wicked and give now. Not be wicked and give. I mean, now wicked and rise give now. I mean, these days I mean they call them. But I think Bumi is their star, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Minister of Interior, I mean.
Because of that one thing where you do that passport.
He not be saying do anything special.
No special thing. I just we to know how. Okay, Ovie, do you think the bar was lower too much for him, or what do you think is the problem? Do you think the
bar low for all of them now. The bar low for all of them now. There's no bar now. There's no bar, Seth. When you say about there's no bar. What's the bar to?
You and I know that if Obi was the president and he's doing this, and the country is exactly like this, you know, say even they collect basketballs from obedient self, not to talk of because the bar that was expected of him is too high by even his own supporters. Obedience, the bar where they set for Obi for their heads. If Obi was doing this thing, the basketballs where you go they collect for obedience for now. Hey, that's it for don't hot die for him.
But I feel because nobody was even expecting, most people were not expecting anything from Tinubu, so they relaxed, like, no, the normal thing we would expect this now, say no go do anything. I won't vote. So, but then that is for people that are not supporting him. But for his supporters, I think even for his supporters, the bar was also too low for their candidates that they set for their candidates. So I'm wondering, Ovie, we did this country. You remember? You got one video I see for YouTube, old video of Dora Akunyili, Professor Dora Akunyili, when she was information minister, in which she was challenging the powers that be. I was seeing some ministers, when the ministers were talking then, they were talking with some level of authority. You can see that this person, they probably begged this person to come and collect this ministerial appointment. You know what I'm saying? The person was doing well, a professional person will be saying, maybe if you shout for them too much, you go tell say I'm returning to the World Bank. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We need to see those caliber. I'm not seeing that touch, that caliber, that Obasanjo-ish, some part of Yaradua, even chemistries around Gulo Jonathan. I'm not seeing what I'm seeing now is just political people will help me campaign, people will want to run for election of 2027.
The minister, the current minister of it now, that party, the guy now one of the best brain around around Big Gates now. Work is in one of his establishments. And then bring him.
What is he doing in education and the health? Like
Party. No, he said that foreigners are coming to not receiving treatment in Nigeria.
Ovie.
Yeah.
You know how popular NAFDAC was on that Professor Dora Akunyili. Like it was news.
Now you're asking for too much.
Eh?
You're asking for too much.
I'm asking for. Are you okay?
You're asking for too much. I'm gonna use the NAFDAC Dora Akunyili NAFDAC time day as a standard. You use that you. How about you?
I've seen our past is better than our present. What are you saying? We should be going up now. By now, we should have like 12 Dora Akunilis in the ministries.
You are worrying about our president. It bless our past is better than our future self. You are talking about.
You know this.
You cannot compare present with the past now. In what way? The past was world better. What did they talk? The past what they talk say no be far distance past. So you are using Yaradua as an example.
I remember those days where we say you get some interviews where I go watch, some articles where I go watch where we say they talk say for Federal Executive Council that year. You get some ministers where they stand up to Obasanjo that year. Like people like I specifically heard about Obi Ezekwesili. Obi can tell you, Mr. President.
The last of Chumba Okadigbo them.
But tell you say, Mr. President, you are wrong. We are not going to do this. Go challenge. Go see people. God, we don't fall too much.
They tell you that time, no be consensus. They bring people come power. Now consensus. That means that the money where they bring the power come from some places. That's why they say now some people get now. Robert Stamp, all of them they had one. They had according. They act as one.
They use one day they start meeting. How you want to challenge the president? Your one day,
I like yes, Raji. I like when Obi answer Cheers about when Charles was trying to say that he was trying to pretty much accuse Obi of not being a leader enough to put his his elected Labour elected member in the house to do something. Obi said no. At least somebody came out, stood up and spoke. At least the Labour Party like that one.
But just blanket threw all of them under the vote. I think that was a good. At least he talked about one person spoke, two people spoke. I mean, that's insignificant now.
No, I just thought how the role that Charles was playing was trying to.
But he said it clearly that he was playing the devil's advocate, and he had to. So
I know. So Obi was on point. He said no. So at least the guy that spoke is a Labour person. If you say that, it's just that. But where I kind of I understand where I kind of thought to be when they talk about the government should allow opposition to strike. I was like, come on now, I know you know better than that. But again, it gives me hope. They say, okay, maybe if he go there, it will actually allow opposition to work. But it's always very hard. So
But
I kind of feel in pain when they talk from that angle. I say, come now.
it was personal now. He could see the pain. He knew exactly what they were doing. They're doing to opposition, And I think,
but that's expected.
a government that is so confident in itself will not expand such an energy in dividing opposition and all that as much as
when you know how you take on power, say as you talk, you talk and now, no by popularity. You can't just make it up like a popular person. They will come out for them, Russia.
So you enter the way we enter, we say maybe two people waiting for line for front. They start to fight. You can't sneak from under enter gate.
People are saying they don't tell them for this is a moon now go. Anybody where they declare as now we will stand by it. I think that's what happened because it thing shocked me too, man. I was like, these people just this thing they obvious, man. The way they think are also obvious. But what this is that's good enough. As a guy.
The thing is that they even did a fair job in other states. Like, what was that brigandage in River State? Like, we couldn't even
because they need them. You need 2 out of 3 states. Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt. Rivers. You need 2 of the 3 to be.
Now, what that very shabby job in River State that I couldn't even reflect in.
Oh.
in the portal. The portal was clearly showing Obi-Wan by far margin. Like, do a fucking good job, man. Like, what's that all that shabby job about? Crazy, man. Do you know, it's actually very funny because clearly, obviously, everybody knows Obi-Wan reverse. So that means Obi-Wan 14 states and Tinubu won 11.
And nobody. And now they try say they analyze all those kind.
No, now even with the whole shenanigan and everything, everything kini state that this like the best they could achieve. But, almost nobody was protesting Obi's voting across the entire North. The small way they live now, the one way Obi didn't have agents in so many states in the North. So imagine with what happened to his supporters there.
And you guys are still planning not to have agents in the North. Go 2027. You know, they're no good one. They're not going to do the same thing again because they will not shout this time.
I hear they are good. It's not a good thing for them, especially in the far north. They have they hold, they've been consistent, strong in what they believe in. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job, but that election just like saying only be run. Even run with vice that being there was just like an empty slot. There was nothing he contributed to that ticket.
Una go carry that again for next round. Abi una get another plan.
I won't carry that thing.
Muna carry the. Oh, for me, Muna for carry Natasha. Natasha is getting grand.
Even better say carry Natasha.
Natasha is getting grand. I don't know.
Carry or carry. Maybe Aisha Benani is clearly moving to Atiku's camp.
Well, APC could not fight for her now. She would have been the governor for that hour. You go see say Natasha go run for governor of Kogi State. The way she did go so. They are making her popular.
Yes, but if only Kogi was less brutal, that state is just very, very brutal.
You know why they brutal? Because Lagos powerhouse get interest too there. No, the Kogi part of Kogi na like Yoruba speaking part.
Yeah.
So the influence go deep like that. So Bola Tinubu is always pulling strings to make sure he have his own person as governor the state. Then the northern angle, so that they fight. Make that place no go. So that's why the state they always be very, very contentious. Now two powerhouse the fight for am. The Yoruba powerhouse and the Hausa Fulani powerhouse. They won't control.
Mm.
So that's why it's always very bloody at times.
Yeah, yeah. But that state, the fact that guy, that state just not just moving forward at all. Like
No. That's it. And they're very strategic place. Oh.
I swear, very strategic state, conference states. Just they just mess. That state is like, well, like that state is like Anambra of 2003. They're just not serious with their life, just playing rubbish politics of where politicians are just packing their money and disappear. No development happening anywhere, Just and to know that that's where Deji Adeyanju is from, and he's busy online doing aluta. So we're attacking Peter Obi,
That one, charge and be lawyer activist. Very soon, I go run for election. I know that everything go do be that.
he did PDP before now.
He go wrong because he go take that route. He no go. Partner say what become governor dey poor. So
We governor of which state?
Falana run for election now. They beat him
Okay, now
for Ekiti State.
Okay, follow now. That year now with the we go
Yeah.
do finish.
No, what I mean, me say Deji Adeyanju go like maybe House of Reps, Senate. Now waiting, I see saying the him be that.
Don't go anywhere for that Kogi
Not be
state.
now. I'm not saying now, but it's in his future.
Okay.
You know, nah. You know,
So,
he never get money. He see they serve, see the street.
wait, so you got no Aluta, no Galo.
No. Eh,
I go surprised. I say I go surprised. How you see Soludo's performance as a governor so far? Our best CBN governor, now a state governor, underperforming or as expected.
If una go fit vote Soludo as I go appeal, the guy for land.
In for your hand. Also, it's underperforming.
Has he done anything? I don't hear anything coming from there now. Anytime I hear this come from Anambra na chaos. I never see any. He's supposed to be a modern day governor, right? I'm not expecting to be like the past ones.
I mean, he's clearly almost like the most, like, he had the biggest clout in terms of all the
That's what
governors.
I'm saying. That's what I call a modern governor. At least supposed to better than a company as will be safe. See shine passer for you for the state where we say you see the governor. I mean, that's not acceptable.
Oh well, for me, my
You see, una see why I support Monday or Paholo of Edo States. We have professor in Anambra. He's not doing anything. Let me go for my illiterate brother, and we are winning.
that guy is good though. Like, what did he go to do in Kano, please? Like, that guy is so.
The political movement. See, all of them are power now. You want me to come out for power. When we say in judgment now tomorrow. If you no go back for Kano, it is that they go come out for. And they don't go come out for court tomorrow. They go court tomorrow now.
Oh, nice. True.
I go beg before they go engineer and come over that place.
Fulanis have been killing your people.
And it's not gonna stop.
Nobody came from Kaduna to come and
I'm telling you.
Like, but wait, I asked my dad this question today over the phone. Why are Southerners this dumb? Like, what, like, that's actually what I asked my dad. I asked my dad, wait, saying they don't teach us history for school, so make I ask you directly. How Nigeria takes start now? Now, North be Nigeria, we be say us for South one day, we just carry our bag from maybe Cote d'Ivoire or Cameroon, or from one kind place, come back, they may they give us one part, we will stay. Because that's what it's looking to me like, with the weirdness of, like, what is wrong with Southerners?
My guy, My
Kai.
guy, my guy.
All of us
Before
be in
before they
Nigeria,
bomb me,
we just call one day. I will visit
before
like just dead or what?
the question where you ask so, the question where you ask so, the people will go fit answer am. I don't know whether they see their life. Oh, before them bomb me, some of my brothers no fit get federal government job if they no claim Kogi State, which is politically not.
Hmm.
You understand? Like life, I know they tell you say nah, like my brothers, where I come from, they no fit. That's why I give you that analogy of the power that runs the Kogi State from the west, the Yorubas and the. You understand? Okay, my village. Let me tell you now, my village with the share farmland with Kogi, Okene Igbira people, where Natasha is, Igbira people, with the share farmland. But guess what? If my people no claim to come from north, if they claim to come from Edo, they no fit get federal government job. So that's why I talk say there was never an agreement, right, for us to form a union as it is now. Never in 1914, it was never in 1960, and Abore Accord exposed everything. Because that's what they don't want to talk about that. The Abore Accord, they could not stay. Abore Accord, where as well the Juku was say, come. This was not the agreement we had. Because he knows this is where he's going. Now federal, again, now presidential system. You just have to understand America. Some group are marginal. Like you just have to. Now, normal thing be that. That's the presidential, the presidential system that we in the name of representative, president democracy. So there was never agreements. We were forced, right? And it is due to some people agree to the Western way where they go mold us. Is where that power that you are talking of coming from. So nobody where they form Nigeria from north. No, they're not from man from north. It's just that they accept what the oppressors are bringing. They accept it wholeheartedly. And again, no blame they say they accept them. You know why they accept them? Because they've already have, it's like it also play into their own agenda, which is to conquer the whole territory. You understand? So that's why in a game. So yes, you have the right to blame the southern people, but for you to say you won't blame, you have to do your diligence, because before they were able to conquer us, it's just like it's not say voice no day. They were descending voice, right? They will kill you there. So they were able to oppress a lot. And again, from question when you ask, so the about women riots also fall into play. You understand? That's why the South no fit act the way the West or the North they act in terms of just following the dictate of the power that be. Right? They will never. So the history is say na manage. So the people who are in power now, they keep signing to the agreement. We can manage it. We can manage it. We can manage it. At the detriment, at the expense of what or who? So there was never agreement for us to live together. There was a conversation, but it was never agreed on at any point. So and again now, just fresh off of the civil war, was short of the independence, civil war happened. And even though our federal government against the southeast, but for some reason they paint the narrative to be Hausa, as if saying that the Hausa now only them their might they use to fight the war.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, but the Hausa fight the war in the disguise of Nigeria. They use Nigerian might.
Mm.
So, and because that narrative now, automatically now, if you lose war, you don't lose. No matter how they want to paint them, those will win, they will dictate the narrative. So the Nigerian, those who are in control of the Nigerian city from that time, they take how the narrative should go. We'll make sure the narrative is heavily one-sided. We'll make sure, say, if no be now, that's why they verse maybe they tell you, but Bangida say, oh, it's not an Igbo coup. Like, now people who know the real good, they tell you, na Igbo, na Hindu coup now. You understand? So there is a lot of, we don't know who we are, like maybe for the lack of words, basically. So there's a lot. And
but wait, why do you think a Monday will go and still be pandering? I mean, it's not even like we have a northern president, or maybe it doesn't even matter whether it's a northern president or not. Somehow, federal government still remains north. When the southern president sitting or northern president sitting, like how?
It's because of the political structure. They control the political structure. We go after money, they go after power. When I mean political structure, right? From the presidency, because when we talk about politicians, we already talk about the people where they appoint, people where they elect. No, the political parties are structures. The military is a structure.
The generals.
Yes, the institution say who they yes, who are in charge, who aim more power pass. The schools, like the education system, the health system, all those things. Those are the structure, those are the political structure. Because now who they power, they fix people for all those places, either by appointment, by you merit or whatever. So they are in control of they are largely in control of the structure. So that's why it doesn't matter who becomes the president, right? You are still going to work within the structures. Right? Your education policy go now, education system will get go follow. Your military budget go. So that's where the situation is. That's where the because after the civil war is to make sure you know who they were and who go where. That's why they always talk about if you don't have power, everything you had is given to you. And if they give you something, you don't know why they give you. You just believe they give you. So that's where we are.
You hear
Now,
you hear the story of the man, the farmer in the south that the Fulani herders used to come and destroy his farm, feed his crops to their cow, and he decided to poison the farm, and then the cows died, and they came to arrest the farmer for killing cows.
that's a good. Okay,
What?
if that's the story. That's the story. Then they say thunder strike, self, lightning strike and kick house. Abi,
Okay, so why are you?
that one are fake. So if that one no be fake, if they arrest that man, why they no go arrest thunder?
No, what I said is poison. Actually, you said like he puts like poisons in his
Because
farm.
I just spray
Okay, so
the spray the.
you know how ridiculous that sounds. Like, obvious, you have a home, you put stuffs in your fridge, and every day you open your fridge and your stuffs are missing in your fridge. They say to put poison in the fridge, and then they come back, and then somebody dies by eating that poison, and then they come to arrest you that you killed the person.
Again, we're talking about power, Abi.
If you are one-sided, nobody's talking about the Fulani people.
That's why I say now be the power now. That's what power is.
So
That's what power is.
I'm telling you is, hey, southern farmer, just go home and let's destroy your farm. But if you fight back, we'll pick you up.
You understand? So for a man to go that far, you know what? He has lost the control of his land. And what you cannot protect is not yours.
Sorry.
As simple as that. If you cannot protect the wife, well, if you don't protect your wife, nobody you get up. so that's now why would they see all these things where people like me and you who are relatively young and with the kind of all these things, they make sense. It's kind of weird, like why all this is happening and it's been happening for long. It is because the people who are in power now, who control the structure, have been there for the past 60 years. You understand? But they are they are fading out. The nature they carry them out. They are dying one by one. In the next 10 years, it don't finish. They will go. So the people where they come now, the likes of obese, the younger ones, the cocos with the require. What?
No, like
Yeah.
this guy, this new star boy in the east, this Peter Mbaga in Enugu.
No, I just talk about their age group, right? So what
you
are
know
they?
the guy.
The Enugu guy. Now I they hear the guy. Nobody say I don't know him.
Guys, star coming up from sharp guy, just doing really, really very well. A business just came from. I think it's the owner of Pinnacle Oil. He just came from
So,
the
but
business.
how would they manage the country that will be handled to them? Can they see they keep us together in the name of the one, or they will lose it?
But
that's where we are.
Ludo and all of these people, I think they are more. They're more modern, like Pitamba and some of these people you called now.
Yeah, but we are not seeing there is not, they are in position now, right? They are not showing us the sign that they are different from
like
their grandparents. Right?
But they are.
But I don't think they understand that. That's why Obi is still relevant.
No, I think Obi is relevant because Obi was ahead of his time.
That's what I'm saying now. He's different. The way in
all these people called now, they're like all within the same early 60s, yeah. But because Obi became governor in his 40s, that is why now of them now are now in the governorship.
No, I don't think that is it. No, see, these guys came, but they were very young too. During Obasanjo time, governors were very young.
No, if you're asking why Obi is more relevant, I'm telling you that maybe because
no. They try to support the point that you make. Okay. Right? When you say them Soludo are modern, and I say they are not showing it. Obi is showing it.
Maybe because they're still governors now.
But number one opportunity you get to show and be that. That's why I say I disappointed in Soludo. You are governor in 2025.
The Enugu is doing well.
Yeah, so you are talking about the Enugu. You are governor in 2025, Soludo of all people. Everything is in his favor now. He's popular. Everybody knows.
Let me be a little bit unbiased about Soludo. Soludo is not doing as badly as the media is projecting him as.
No, I'm not able to say anything. I'm just tell me.
The problem with Soludo is he's battling with Peter Obi's influence in Anambra State. And he does not have the level of emotional intelligence that Peter Obi has. So he has a larger.
No, but what is he doing though? Tell me what he's doing. What has he done?
No, doing well. Let me tell you. He could do better. And why I think he could do better is because people like Obi has already done the dirty job in Anambra. In terms of the foundational jobs, like those places where say if you put money, how quick they see them, like education, health.
Yeah.
If it be like black hole, if they throw money, how quick see them. It will take like 10 years for it to manifest. You get what I'm saying? So all those tough parts, Obi has taken care of those parts. Anambra's education is one of the best in the country. Health, one of the best in the country. So I felt the only space left for Soludo was physical infrastructure. So I felt it would have been so easy for him to start making quick gains and quick physical impacts. Yeah, because physical infrastructure is the fast way to make people look like you are doing something. You know what I'm saying?
Now, what you go attract people come your state with that?
Yeah, quickly. And that was almost like the only thing left. And that's the stage Anambra was when Soludo picked it. So
and how far has he done?
He's underperforming, but then he's not doing as badly as he's painted in the media. For now, a lot of road infrastructure is doing them. He has built a very magnificent government house. It's debatable. People will be like, well, that's what we need. But
the government house.
but it's a little bit disgraceful that Anambra does not have a government house for a state of that caliber.
Anambra industrial hub for Nigeria. We are talking about Lagos, talking about Kano, talking about Port Harcourt. Before you talk about Port Harcourt, you go talk about Anambra, because Port Harcourt na oil na nature, right? Natural.
Just oil. No.
So it used to be.
If you not talk about oil, you're talking about industrial hub. Listen, once you talk Lagos, finish, you go Anambra.
Yeah, then the commercial zone called the Kano. These are the three names we know that time. You know, even though I never go about before that time. I know you are using that's the industrial. What I finally got out, I was like,
what's going on here, man? He's building Silicon Valley.
he said he's trying to build a couple of roads. At least I've seen some. He's not doing badly. I think the problem he has is that he's trying to beat Peter Obi's record, and he's trying too much. For example, a loan was approved for him. Yeah, he could have simply taken that road and fast tracked his infrastructure. He refused to take it. Why? Because he wanted to beat Obi's record of not taking loan. And so many other decisions you see him taking, you can see him always trying to contrast himself with 2012, 2011, 2010. He never contrasts himself, he never compares himself with 2018 or 19 or so. He always goes back to Peter Obi's days whenever he wants to speak about something he's doing.
He wants to go to Aso Rock now.
He said we are doing that, back in 2011. Nothing like that existed, but now we are now doing the. So you can always see him in that competitive stage, trying to feel he can maybe some level, some kind of competition with Obi or something like that. I think that's also drawing him back. I think he should let that go and focus on his Soludo.
No, he wants to go to the federal. He wants to go to Aso Rock like Obi too now. So that's you are not pointing that out. You know why he's doing that.
But I think he has a lot of potential. His plans are great. He just needs to borrow money. But the money we're getting as IG revenue won't be enough to fund that kind of plan of African Dubai Taiwan. The famous phrase. He's gonna turn Anambra to African Dubai Taiwan. You say you want to build Silicon Valley,
Anambra Dubai, I mean Dubai Taiwan, Silicon Valley. Yeah, a very funny guy. Soludo solution. I'm disappointed. I don't come. Playboy, I don't know. I don't care what they say. I'm disappointed. Yeah.
No, I think by the second tenor he's gonna make some marks. These foundations are not bad.
Second term, now that I ain't go to invest the money for federal project, I ain't go to go Aso Rock.
No, I know.
I think the focus go there.
He's not a bad governor, really.
I think the focus go there. He won't be vice president to somebody for North 2031. So you go need money. If you don't have money, they don't go pick you now.
I think Soludo didn't understand how much little the money the state had was when he was outside government, that he was running his mouth, attacking Obi and all that stuff. When he came with the giant African Dubai Taiwan plans, and then he's getting very lean.
I just the boo was.
He's getting very lean resources, and now he's struggling with managing that very tiny resources. I think now he probably respects Obi more, knowing that this guy managed that tiny resources.
Come on. Look at this guy, they give us breaking news. So they don't come out about carry for NNPC.
Oh.
And put a Bashir Bayo Ojueti.
The new election board has what? Engineer as group of CEO.
They don't fire Bakari.
They say it's the board now. Did they put new chairman?
Yeah, that's what he said now. Bashir Bayo Ajulari. Have you seen that?
Oh please, I hope it's not Yoruba. I just
Ojulari.
God.
Yoruba will be now.
Like when is it gonna stop? Like, does it intend to stop?
And I they tell you now, I just give you a brief history of who we are. I don't go stop.
Like it's too much. I knew this guy plays tribal politics to win elections, but I never. It's not somebody I looked like as like that seemed like a bigot to me. But like it's getting a little bit excessive from him. Every appointment Yoruba. Like, man, I didn't see you as this local. I mean, we obviously.
May I ask you one question? What be the Nigeria agenda?
And one Nigeria now, United Nations.
That be the Nigerian agenda.
One people.
Everybody get see. I asked you that question to let you know. Say the goal of this our leader is not to build a nation. Everybody in the power is our own tribe because they know the union will know hold for. You will know hold. The union will collapse.
Genuinely don't think This union is a long thing.
No,
So
they
people
know
don't grab what they can grab and run.
exactly.
That's funny.
Even Buhari talk calm as a sitting president. It's a race for is a superiority is a superiority race. I take call them like every race is competing within themselves. Every tribe is competing within themselves.
So
As a
think
sitting president, they said it.
so do you think when people like Obi says, I'm going to start my president by touring the diseases and apologizing to every region for every bad thing Nigeria as a nation has done to them, like apologizing to Niger Delta for the oil spillage and how. So do you think Obi is living in a world of his own, of this Nigeria that will exist forever? Do you think he's not in sync with the rest of the
No,
political?
he just the Obi just the campaign like every other politician, right? Because
I know he was going to do those things if he
he
became
can
president.
see you can
I know
see
he was going to
Nigerian
relocate.
city, he no fit do am. He does he no fit do am. It's not something Nigerian problem no be. It's a foundational thing. It's no be saying that one person will come do am. You know, right? It has to be maybe gangs, groups. It no be Nigeria issue now. You can't fight it. You can't.
I have an Igbo person, a cousin of mine that is massively against Obi. This is why.
Why?
Not because he does not like Obi or he does not think he's going to make a good president, but because he's not like me. Me, I'm a liberal Igbo guy, yeah. So he is like this pro Igbo guy. You see him wearing the red cap, even though he's a very young.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying, so like this very traditional,
yeah.
Igbo guy. So everything about him is Igbo. That he kind of Igbo first
Mm,
person, like the Trump
yeah.
of. Uh, so he simply does not support Obi, and
Because based on that.
no, he thinks Obi is going to be the worst president for the Igbo people.
Ah,
And if you speak with him today, he's going to roll out reasons why he's sure that Igbo people is going to have the shortest end of the stick under an Obi presidency. That Obi is not going to be an Igbo president at all.
and you don't know why he talk like that. You don't see his reason.
I see. Actually, funny enough, I actually see his reason. The only time I'll buy to it if I align with the Igbo first thing. And I know what he's saying is true. And Obi will never be of his Igbo interest as a president. I'm so sure. Most of his energy is going to be concentrated in the north. I am so sure of it. You see this, when he's talking about this, I'm going to focus on the lands in the north and all that. People think it's political statements. I know this guy. This guy is going to focus there. And this guy is not going to do anything
But the question is that why
and
in
so that guy
why
is
is
right.
so
But for
so
me,
but why should he focus there? Why should his focus be on there?
because on the north,
Yeah.
because he's clearly drawn his own economic pathway of how he feels the country can recover from that angle. You see him gallivanting everywhere, shouting vast land in the north. That's where he wants to do his own economic liberation from. And
Huh? Maybe
because
that's the point.
yes, because you know why I don't doubt him? Because he did similar thing in Anambra State. You knew Agulu, his hometown, got the shortest end of the stick under his governorship. And he was the first governor in Anambra that didn't prioritize his own region of the state. Every other governor, like Ngige, came and turned Alo, his hometown, to they started calling the place Alo London. You get what I'm saying? He literally
Yeah.
wanted to turn his hometown to London. The same, every governor, it was not a normal thing. Obi was the first person that came and didn't prioritize this thing. Do you know the reason he gave them? He told them that his team that did poverty mapping in Anambra State for him and the ANIT program that this scale of preference that his town was not top on the list that they drew up for him. So that he was going to go with what they drew up for him, and what they drew up for him was majorly all those that's what they call Anyamelon local governments, like from Anambra North.
those we are, because he said a community, a state is as strong as its weakest links. So for him, it's beginning from weakest links. So that means his hometown does not belong to weakest links. Therefore, is not top on the priority. That was the excuse he gave them, and he actually carried it. So how you really tell me that if I say that this person is concentrated on the north, that he has an antecedent of that, he's going to do it. So I don't blame my cousin for not supporting him, because he knows that he said, "I'll not go support to Obi will not be a good president for Ndi Igbo." That he knows it. That for him, that nothing concerns him with other tribes in Nigeria or Nigeria. The only thing he wants is Igbo. Anything that will benefit Igbo, and will be the worst for Igbo people. And I don't disagree with him if you look at Obi's antecedents. But for me, because I am more nationalistic in thinking, for me, I just want the country to be liberated economically. You get what I'm saying? So for me, if that is going to liberate the country holistically as a nation together, that is what I want. Because if the entire country is doing better, then the sub-regions will start doing better too. If the Naira is more stable, business environment is better, you get what I'm saying? Everything is better, and the education, there are more equitable distribution of wealth, the education system is being tackled, the corruption is being tackled, the country becomes better. You know what I'm saying? Because are you looking for Igbo interest? Maybe is Igbo South is not in Nigeria. So if you don't think you're doing the Southeast and Nigeria is doing bad, the Southeast will still do bad, because the Southeast is not using their own currency or operating in a different economical space. So that's where me and my cousin varies in the ideology. But I think I agree with him when he said the beast not going to do. The Southeast is going to be the least beneficiary of an Obi presidency. Clearly.
Then that's not the president they need.
And I think he's right. That's not the president Southeast need. And I think Southeast elites understand this. That's why they are reluctant about supporting an Obi.
Oh.
They don't see him as that Southeast president. You know what I'm saying? They don't see him as that red cap wearing pro Igbo guy that's going to benefit us. You know what I'm saying? They know him. They know his antecedents. So that's why all those elites in the Southeast are not too enthusiastic.
Yeah, because
more of the young people.
Once in a life opportunity now for you not to develop that region. You can't say you get the opportunity, you can focus on that. No. If you don't do it for your people, who can do it?
Exactly. That is the argument. So now it depends on what divide you're standing now. Are you standing on the divide of, okay, hey, let's treat Nigeria as one entity, or hey, it's an opportunity for your people, better push things there, grab the opportunity now and run. So it depends on the divide you're standing.
But the idea of one entity in a line now. So why should we keep building on line?
That's why I asked you that question. I asked you before I said this. Do you think Obi is living in a bubble of a Nigeria that is not actually Nigeria in reality? Because for him to be having that kind of mindset,
yeah, boys, you have to. Yeah, I think the question is that what choice does he have? What choice does he have? It should be you want him to be that leader that we now all of a sudden fix the foundation and make everybody believe that the country is one. That kind of president no be now what president you they ask for so.
I think that's the leader he wants to be.
He can't. It's not in that direction. It's not. That's not what he's working towards though. Because a president that will not work with the West. Somebody will go be pro 100% Nigerian. Like when I say 100%, it has nothing to do with whatever the West is selling, at least for the meantime. And that's a war. That's a war. We won't start with that with the West with that. So I just feel that Obi see that is okay. but to be that alone, because you see, he's a human being like every other person. What it be beyond personal interest? What you want to achieve in lifetime before he die? You understand? Because it's not going to be here forever. As if you do there, maybe in the next 20 years, you don't go.
First
So
of all, you would. I think if you sit down, you will start with. There's a lot of things about Obi to question. For example, why are you the only governor in Nigeria that has, in the last 12 years, refused to collect pensions in billions?
money
You know,
now. It's
it
not
just
poor now.
you're not the richest politician. There are people richer than you that will still not spare allow those billions to go. So, what's your mindset? Because sometimes when you see that, you have to start. If you start looking at some of the things the man does, and you want to know, okay, his philosophy of life, how he thinks, you find out that a lot of things might not make sense to you. Some doesn't make sense to me, but it points to the uniqueness of the man's philosophy.
No,
As
now so now, see, not be everybody go fit be president or won't run for president.
Mm.
So for you to come out like already, there's something unique about you now, right? Bola Tinubu go brag say in either in fight for democracy or in no collect appointment. So just like you now, when you they hide something, right? You know you just sacrifice you have to make. Now only you go understand, and now only you that if it makes sense because now only you know what you want, right? So at every leader, there's something that you can say, wow. Maybe if you sit down, right? Maybe if you say that he actually won't tell you, I ain't around by that. Go to say yes, maybe nah. Just as some people will see it differently. So it's for him to force anybody to be at that level, you know, be a special human being. You know, it's not an ordinary Nigerian first, not an ordinary citizen. He said, has something special for him. That's why all of us we gather there to talk about him. You understand? So he is not famous because he's a movie star or this thing. He is famous because of he has done turning for his people. Now his people now not for Igbo people or whatever, but there are people that look up to him that's come. If this person go the next level, my life will be a little bit better than this, right? So you have impacted me with that. So you're not a special person. So that's how you look at it, right? Already is unique for him to be for us to be talking about him. Yeah, we have millions of people from Anambra, millions of his generation. From his family, they have not be only in them born, but we are talking about him. And so goes to every leader. I'm not gonna lie you. Something have to you have to see something very clearly, or something have to be people have to see something about you for them to give you that benefit of doubt.
again, how do you also think he has managed to maintain the most relevant ex-governor of any state to his state, apart from godfathers?
No, me they always question. Nobody like question and pass. Yeah, they always curious and admire that. Before the election, if you remember, let's say come. This man hold the office for like 10 years, but he's always in the national discourse.
Exactly.
That's something which somebody should study about him. But again, I also understand that just what you pointed out, there's something special about him, which is obvious. But there is a correlation between politically now campaign money and electability. Nobody will support you if they know say you are not sellable. You understand? So all he needed to do is what you just noticed is uniqueness and people. Just as you did now, if you're a billionaire, you think that you go have you don't need to hard for you go not go hard for you to write check of 1 billion naira as a call for your campaign now. Nobody go need to convince you, right? If you are in that position. You understand? So now, no be saying now you they bribe or not. It is because you just see that thing that is different about this guy. So you are willing to say support that thing that you see with money. That's why anytime Showori followers come here, they always tell them. They say for the fact that up to today, I don't get money, I don't know if you do anything, I don't grow, means there's a problem. People no believe in him in that way. That's what it means. It has nothing to do with either good or no good. But you
Because
have to be able to attract interest.
you can attract interest. But if
Yeah,
you can't, that's how you want to attract investor.
that's it. So that be the pretty that might be that Obion. So Obion now people, especially after I con with everything he has done so far within the 2023 election, like some people are just waiting for them to their phone to ring. They write check. They no care either if Obi become president, make it no call them again. May they no see him again. No, there are some people like that. They just say this, just as you are saying, Nigeria deserve this guy leader, right? For some people, that's all what they want. They're in a position to they're just waiting for you to just knock on their door for their support. They will give you check. So he has and now that kind of position, they know they buy him. I'd always make points couple of few months ago now, say in the South, the question people are not asking or what people are not saying is that how is it that since Obi announced his presence, every other gladiator for South don't die? Every
I
other person.
swear,
Mhm.
nothing,
Like,
no politician for South again.
I talk and say till Obi finish in presidential race. That means either he don't succeed come out or he don't.
There will be no politician from the South.
Now you understand my point about 2031, Abi? Not just in the Southeast though. Now the whole South.
He won the South in the last election now, so
So
literally the Southern king.
now, so you can understand why it go all people in the popularity go always people go always people are ready to do anything. So he has earned it. You know if you buy him, you can't buy that thing. He has lived I don't know, but that's what makes individual special. He was in it. And I would make them the verse be that.
What do you think? What Ludo can do to become the new face of Anambra? Kick Obi out of the consciousness and then become the new guy.
My brother, you go perform. You talk about a physical structure. You go do ammo. You go do am. Because that's what you have to. Because he has served as a CBN president. So everybody don't know as policy as really okay. What can you do now? No be by Turanchi as the doctor, no be by school. Do am. So you are in a position, you're executive governor. So there's no excuse. So that's the only thing he can do to come close among the people, but among the ruling class, is always up there. They will know themselves. But to get that kind of followership that Obi is having, cross, you go perform. It's just as bad as that. That's what Obi has done, right? Because if you are coming now to be, no be by story again. Can't there's no better story you can tell that is better than Obi's story, his relationship with the poor, right? So you have come with Agidi.
You know how I knew that until Obi officially retired from politics, that no southern politician will probably really come up is when Umahi came to Anambra recently. So they were taking him around the projects he was doing here. Took him to the government house. Umar, he likes playing politics anywhere he goes to. He wants commission for this playing politics. He wants to do this playing politics anywhere. I don't know, I think he just kissing Bola Tinubu's ass everywhere.
You have to know.
But he's overdoing it now. We had people there, Fashola. We never saw the psychophancy, with Fashola at the Ministry of Works, playing politics with every road where he was doing. He never did that.
Because you know why? David Umahi, they don't need them. They don't need David Umahi, but Tinubu no need them for anything. He don't need that. He's not bringing votes. He don't need to stay. He don't need that for anything. I need them. So that means it's disposable without thinking twice. If you fall, they be just promote you. That's what I mean. That he's different.
Because he stays in the pocket of Obi.
Exactly. So it is just see all of them, including Uzokalu. Now Uzokalu is there by the PT pass. So Kalu is rich. He's there, but if he comes to presidency, nobody go. So Obi has shot everybody. everybody down. But one guy where you go look for self, I don't know why that is talking to Ugo Chinyere.
Yeah.
That guy. Pay
But
attention to that guy.
does not have any clout. Just
That's why I say he's young now, no be small boy. Just that's why I say pay attention to him. His future is they go prop him. You know, they no be saying go do by them, but
so why it might be hard to overthrow Obi, at least in the southeast.
no be to overthrow him. That is affect us like Obi they go. If Obi is going out, or go Chinyere, and then go be the.
You know why it will be hard to get to his level? Let me tell you why. You know, Southeasterners, Igbos, are, say they don't believe in politicians normally.
They've not done, yeah. They've not done well.
Like before Obi, it is rare for you to see Southeasterners worshipping any politician. Have you ever seen that? Net? That's never happened. Even Ojukwu being run for president that year, now he don't even get up to how many votes.
Yeah.
Then a star boy. So Obi was that first time. See,
after Zeke. Yes, it's the generation after Zeke. In time, nobody I think next. Now then be the there's nobody like that again until he come along.
Exactly. So see, Southeast they always accuse Igbos now, say they ever support their leader. Say they always curse their politicians. It's leader. Yeah, you get.
Yeah.
They don't care about government or politicians and all that. So Obi was like that first time. So that means it is hard for you to mobilize Southeasterners to back you as a traditional politician. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know who else can be able to pull that off again. It's going to definitely be hard for them. But at least Obi has broken that jinx. And maybe someone else might do it later. I don't know. But it will be hard for somebody to get to that level again. For at least from the southeast.
But the leaders, the people where they in that arena now, nobody will feel. Yeah, somebody will come. Not at least not now.
Not now. Not. Maybe some guy.
Now from the whole south. Oh, people never understand. All the west, there's nobody again that we can see. Okay, if you hold ground, that's why I say going forward, it will be interesting. You will see. unless they succeed though, finish will be up for this 2027 that it loses so bad that okay, go. If not, hey, it'll be just a start.
It's really very important for them to finish him up. They know how important it is. In fact, certain politicians know how important it is.
They go collaborate with the North to deal with that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say make it no go join PDP, no join them. They go finish them.
Why do you think Soludo was writing letters up and down during that campaign? The real threat of that assumption, so like a bull run. But what Umahi said during that commissioning, income talk say to carry and go the government house where he built. You know what Umahi talk? He can say, I thought I built the best government house in Nigeria in Ebonyi, but when I came here, I found out that I did nothing. Soludo has built one of the best government house. You know the next thing you now say? When our brother Peter was here, when I came to the government house, I swore I was not going to ever come back to.
Okay, internet don't stop you. I don't hear you again. Come play town. We don't try today. Oh.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
I think P2B was not the governor that governed before Soludo came. Like, Obiano didn't build. Like, why you guys jumping to 2012 for draw comparison? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
that showed me that Peter is really a big threat to It's a bigger threat to southern politicians than northern politicians. Northern politicians don't care. You know, they at least see him as a potential collaborator. But southern politicians is a real threat to them. If anybody will work to bring him
They
down,
don't
southern
put their career to rest. All the one with the nurse that ambition before don't don't close that chapter of presidency.
all
Come,
their
play time. We don't try today. You don't make me pass my normal 2 hours. I don't do 4 hours. So I give you 2 hours of I will not see you for.
don't try you and I better catching up, man. Just long, man. Into no space, man. Been discussed for long, man, but it's good.
Appreciate you, man. We'll do them again tomorrow.
Good. Well, you know, my G. No, this.
Okay. Ma go sleep. It's already after 10, yeah.
Just be ready to be saying President Peter will be 2020 from 2026. Get
I go
used to
move. At least I go know say you go dey close to Asu Rock. So that means before I call one or two people, I don't need talk to person for inside Asu Rock. So that way,
legalize
I'll,
Igbo.
I'll take out. If I don't talk about this now, but don't start the campaign for business now. Why you don't tell me all these things since? You? That's
No,
what
yeah.
you need to tell me before I go talk about platform to Obi platform.
I wait to go collect for sure manifesto me that.
I know, thanks.
All right, bro. Take care,
All
bro.
right. Thank you for the people, 5 people, 90 that I wanna appreciate you. Ogun, Ogo, you dey greet Playtown. Man. Thank you everyone. Like, share, subscribe, and see you guys tomorrow.